Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to streaming. Today we're going to be covering the Lorewalker Game Awards of 2023. On the off chance that some of you are not aware of how this works or what we do, the games that we covered across the year are the games that are in the running for whether or not they get awards or not. We do a nice big long nomination process, which we learned some new things about this year. I'll talk about that in a second. And then we do a voting process, and then people get votes. I tabulate them, and I throw together a little thing like we're going to be doing today. So, first of all, I do want to admit to my fault here. So my policy has always been to be very hands-off when it comes to the Lorewalker Awards. You know, it actually says Lorewalkers here. But actually, we also are going to have Loreunner Awards, too, because I always pick my own personal pick for each category. Cool, that makes sense. But the thing is, you guys, no offense, didn't nominate a lot. In some cases, several entire categories were ejected because if a category had less than 3 nominations for it, then I considered it unworthy of the time and attention. And in many cases, they had exactly 3 nominations, and that's it. So, now, hang on, I'm not blaming you guys for this, really, because some people had this mentality of, well, hang on, I don't want to nominate, too much, so I'll just wait, and I'll let other people nominate things, and then they didn't nominate anything. Or, well, I only want to nominate one thing, so I'm only going to nominate one thing, and they nominate the thing that's, like, not obvious, assuming someone else will nominate the obvious thing. Nobody nominated the obvious thing. And in some cases, people just, couldn't come up with anything to nominate. So, lesson learned, next year I will assist you guys in nominating some stuff, because holy crap, some of these categories had terrible nominations. No offense. Again, this is kind of on me more than it is on you. Excuse me. So, with that out of the way, the Lorewalkers categories is going to be kind of weird this year. But as usual, first of all, we want to start with... Scroll way down here to the zeros. Best co-op game of the year. Now, obviously, this doesn't really apply to you guys, but as you are probably aware, my friends and I spend most evenings playing co-op games. At the moment, we're actually going through WoW. But as we're moving through those, I like to keep track of each individual game we play and figure out which one is the best co-op game of the year. This year, we played through Darktide. We played Ghost Recon Wildlands. We played Fueled Up. We played Factorio. We, of course, played WoW. And we played Shoot as Blood and Teeth. All of those were good games and fun games. Shoot as Blood and Teeth was very buggy, like shockingly buggy. I'm actually not sure how that's going to score. Darktide was interesting because it reminded me a lot of Overwatch. A good game marred by the fact that it has no real content. Like, it's just... And then Venters comes in at the last second. God damn it, Venters. I sat there for like 5 minutes. Thank you for the sub, Venters. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Darktide has no real content to it. It has no campaign to speak of like, say, Vermintide did, which was awesome. Ghost Recon Wildlands is a fantastic game. I've actually 100% of that game twice in co-op mode both times. And I'm looking forward to playing it again with another friend of ours who is going to be going through it with us. Fueled Up was fun, but limited. Not much to say there. Factorio is a great co-op game. I'm actually looking forward to playing through that again in Fueled Up, or in co-op. And, of course, WoW is WoW, which is fantastic. Wilder Myth is funded. Pick something else. Triangle Strategy and FF16. But no... oh my God, you're killing me. You're killing me. Thank you, Zen. Very much appreciate the subs, as always. Now, but there is one game, and I know this is going to seem like a joke, but it's not. There is one game that really nailed it this year for co-op. I have played through it twice, all the way through, and have plans for a 3rd playthrough. And that game is Raft. Now, if you're familiar with Raft, you're probably looking at me like I'm insane. And that's okay. Raft is one of those fascinating games which has terrible, like function. I talk about, like, there's gameplay core meat and gameplay presentation. The gameplay presentation of Raft is garbage. It like literally, I can only play at certain resolutions because the interface is badly designed to the point where you cannot read what you're doing unless you're in certain specific resolutions. The game has stuttering animations and like glitchy physics or non-physics. Its platforming is bad. Its graphics are tame. Like, the whole presentation of the game is dull as dishwater and actively awful in several cases. And yet, I find the story legitimately engaging, and the core meat of the gameplay is actually awesome. It also has an extremely strong modding scene, with a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. And it is a great co-op game. This is a game that is fundamentally fun to play with a friend, which is why I've played through it all the way through twice already, and have a third playthrough planned. By the way, what do you think of my raft? We spent quite a while building that one. A little bit of spoilers if you're looking at it, but like nice multi-story Death Doom here. We've got the engines down below, of course we do. Nice little, I'm just doing a little tour here, showing it off. This is a great co-op game, and that's the whole point of the co-op game reward. It's not just a good game, it's a good co-op game. And this game, like, oh my god, like one person builds and one person handles the shark and one person is handling the food, and then one person goes aboard the island while the other person is building stuff on the raft. It so naturally lends itself towards co-op. So, if you have a chance and if you have someone to play with it, I actually highly recommend Raft. It is a bizarrely good game for how bad it is. Thank you, Darch Monster, for the sub. If you know what 3 things you want to put that towards, please let me know. Now, originally I was going to do a joke here. I ran out of time. Recurring theme. Again, the long dark should have been 3 weeks instead of 5. Grounded was last year, Ross. Dealer's choice. You got it, Darch Monster. Thank you. Hang on, I wasn't actually ready for that. There we go. Put it down there. Okay, so, I was originally going to do a joke here, where I was going to be like, all right, and here's the winner for this award, and now here's an ad. And then there was like I was going to play an ad, and because for those of you who didn't actually catch the real video game awards, it was garbage. It was actually legitimately garbage. You'll notice I've left all levity from my tone to emphasize that this is not a joke. If you actually sit down and figure out the math of how much time was spent on ads or awkward cutscenes, wow, on awkward like random crap, as opposed to the people who won the awards or the people being allowed to talk on stage at all, it's insane and awful and garbage. I hate it. I hate it. I spit on it. But I was going to do an ad thing, and I was just going to put up an ad for the Final Fantasy rewrite. But you're going to have to live with the fact that it's there. Ad plug. Moving on. Next category. Yeah, we dedicate this award to our deceased colleague. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Next category is the worst romance. Is this, looks like this is me only. Yep, because you guys didn't have a worst romance. So I had a couple of options. First was from Nithrius towards Fell Seal. Hang on a second. You like the music in Raft? Actually, there is music in Raft, but it only plays intermittently. Okay, just double checking something. Sorry, don't mind me. So that's going towards Fell Seal, Arbiter's Mark, and Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. Thank you, Nithrius. Ah! I even prepared! I was not prepared. Republic Commando. MLP Streaminations. I'll figure out what that's called later. And Gravity Falls Streaminations. Thank you, Game Geek. Always appreciate the sub. So, worst romance. You guys didn't nominate for that. So, this is me only. I came up with a few options. One was Blackwall from Dragon Age Inquisition. One of the only character in Dragon Age Inquisition that actually got a negative to story. because Blackwell is just such a vanilla nobody-nothing character, and his romance follows the exact same trend. Why is that even in the game? Why is he even in the game? He is supplanted in every way by Cassandra, even gameplay-wise. Yeah, even his plot is just whatever. Moving on. My second pick was Eleanor. Bonus points if you even know who I'm talking about before I mention it. I'll give you a few seconds. And Eleanor is from Dragon's Dogma, the princess, the canon romance option. Because the romance in Dragon's Dogma is... Like, honestly, I thought about just giving it to Dragon's Dogma in general for romance. It's just to be really blunt about that. But no, we all know the real answer here, right? Because the actual... oh, sorry, this is a runner category. I should be down here. The real worst romance is this loser. A worthless garbage character that we had to pay extra money for in order to gain the privilege of hearing him whinge about 2 character arcs, both of which could have been interesting, and neither of which are. This guy, given that BioWare's shtick is and has been since the late 90s romance, the fact that this guy is this bad of a romance option is hysterical. This is Sebastian from Dragon Age 2. He was a paid DLC character who is a terrible character, another negative to story character, by the way. If you decide to go through his romance, you can basically push him towards being with you, by which I mean he's not actually with you, of course, because he has to remain chaste and maintain his vows. Or he could be rule on high as Sultan, except that's not even an option. It's so bad. It's not any level of good. So now we get the best romance. Now, thankfully, you guys did come up with some categories for best romance. And I just realized I'm stupid because I need to have this thing up over here so I can actually see who won here. So for best romance, you guys nominated four options. No, I did not, and I don't have time to set it up right now. So option 4 is, of course, no, you're right, I should set it up because then we can do timestamps. Because I need to, by the way, I'm looking to hire someone. I don't have a lot of money, but I'm willing to toss a few bucks your way. If you're willing to timestamp this for me for the VOD, I'd really appreciate it. Anyways, hang on, let me get the freaking thing going. I hate everything. Let's just go up here for a second. Ignore everything for a second. Ignore everything. This is not technical issues. I'm just trying to find a file. There it is. Okay. So we'll go down here. I just need timestamps for each reward. That's all I need. Why is that not there? Come on. Hey, there it is. Wong. Behold! Behold! Now let's scooch this over into the corner. Kind of shrink that a little bit. Scooch it more into the corner. Then let's go down to here. I mean, if you want, yeah, you could do that, but I'm gonna copy it into this thing regardless. You can also just send it to me on Discord or make a text or whatever. No, when I begin talking about a category is the idea. So, next award is for the best Lorewalkers best romance, and that's then when you say Lorewalkers best romance, and that's the timestamp. Sense make? Don't count this one because we're setting up a timer. Why is this being so dumb? There, sure, whatever. It's good enough. Best romance, Lorewalkers. So you guys nominated 4 options. In 4th place, with hardly any votes at all, is Dorian from Dragon Age Inquisition, which is actually, in my opinion, one of the better romances in Dragon Age Inquisition. Some really good stuff there. In 3rd place, with quite a few votes... no, Walker. In 3rd place, with quite a few votes, is Aunt Bragwin. I'm going to explain that one really quick. For those of you who don't remember or weren't there for it, we played Crusader Kings 3, and I was naming family members after viewers, and we reached a point where I really, really needed a wife. And the problem was Bragwin was just like the best option, top to bottom. She had great stats, great compatibility. She had exactly what I needed. And I'm like, okay, I said we weren't going to incest this Crusader Kings 3 playthrough, but I'll give myself one. And we did. We only had one incest in our whole playthrough. And it was the overall process was amusing, except for the fact that I kept trying to woo her. I spent literal in-game years trying to actually love her and have her love me in return, because obviously this is medieval Europe, so marriage doesn't have anything to do with love. Eventually, I failed so hard that it was blocked off forever. I could never do it again. Then, one day, very, 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 very far into the playthrough, she rather suddenly and out of nowhere declares me her one true love. And I'm like, aw. And then one day later, she died. Now, if you don't fully understand that, if there's a system in the game called stress, and you obviously gain stress when a family member or somebody cares about dies, but it's like additive, right? So she was a family member who was my wife, so that's 2 levels of stress, but then she declared me her one true love, which is like an additional 3. So I gained like turbo stress because right before she died, she was like, oh, just so you know, I'm your one true love. Ugh. And you know she did that on purpose. Anyways, second place was Cassandra, another good and adorable one. The one we actually showed on camera this time around in Dragon Age Inquisition. But the actual winner for Best Romance, and you're going to have to explain this one to me. In fact, I don't get a lot of your guys' picks, to be very honest with you. The Best Romance for 2023 for the Lorewalkers is Shadowheart? For some reason. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. The reason why is because Baldur's Gate 3 is recent and popular. No offense, but a lot of people both nominated and voted for Baldur's Gate 3 stuff. So, I'm pretty sure the reason that Baldur's Gate 3 swept is because of the Baldur's Gate 3 effect. I don't particularly... I wasn't super fond of this romance. In fact, I didn't even give it any additional positives. And so I don't really have anything to say about this. It definitely existed. It was definitely a real thing. Moving on. Oh yeah, I also missed out on a tremendous amount of it. Sorry, yeah, actually, hang on, let's stay up here for just a second. To really emphasize how ridiculous this is, or this was for our playthrough. So, we romanced Shadowheart. And you know how romance works. Like, there's usually like a scene, and then you progress the relationship, and then there's a scene, you progress the relationship, there's a scene. So we got the second scene of our romance with her in the ending. After we beat the final boss. For the Lorerunner's Best Romance, I came up with quite a few options because we played Dragon Age this month, or this year. So I had a bunch of options. We had Josephine from Dragon Age Inquisition. We had Dorian from Dragon Age Inquisition. We had Iron Bull from Dragon Age Inquisition. We had Cassandra from Dragon Age Inquisition. I didn't pick anyone from 2. We also had Zevran from Dragon Age Origins, which is one of my favorite romance arcs in Origins. But by sheer absence of elimination, you could probably understand that my personal pick for Best Romance of 2023 is someone who's not getting on the screen, is Morrigan. I honestly don't feel the need to explain this one, but just in case I need to, Morrigan is a really, really well done game romance. It's honestly probably one of the better ones I've seen ever, like in gaming in general. It's a long, satisfying arc, which is there's a lot of nuance to it, there's depth to it, it really fleshes her out as a character, and it really adds to the narrative as a whole. It's even directly tied into the main plot based on later things. I don't know what else to add to that. That's exactly what I look for in a video game romance. And I hope that people will not say I'm just picking it because she was voiced by Claudia Black. Our next category... Yes, Judo Joker. Next category is worst voice acting. Believe it or not, I didn't come up with a worst voice acting for this year. This is one of the only categories I didn't come up with something. Because I couldn't think of any voice acting I would consider legitimately awful enough to warrant considering it the worst voice acting of the year. The only bad voice acting we had this year was Castlevania, Soten, and that doesn't that's not in the spirit of the category, right? In fact, if you remember, we gave that a positive. So no, I don't think I was going to go for it. So instead, we're just going to go with your worst voice acting, which we have several categories for, of course. Of course. Because you voted for Shantae 5, which I barely remember. Soten, Castlevania, we already mentioned this, but no. The game that actually won worst voice acting for you, and I find this highly funny to me, is Ace Combat 4. Part of the reason I find this so funny is I don't remember the voice acting in Ace Combat 4. I had to go back and rewatch the VOD to listen to it and figure out what exactly was bad about the voice acting. And I listened to it, and it was just there. Again, it wasn't bad enough for me to consider it bad. This was almost a bit of a gimme category, so I couldn't really give anything for this one. So yeah, it kind of won by default. Not much else to add to that one. But then you had to pick your best voice acting, so we'll stay on Lorewalkers. So Lorewalkers' best voice acting of the year. Now, I'm going to take the blame for this, because you guys voted for games. I voted for voice actors. So that's on me for not making that category a little bit more clear. So the games you guys voted for, Total Warhammer 3 got several votes. Ace Combat 5 got quite a few votes for best voice acting. Dragon Age Origins was in third. Grand Theft Auto 5 was in second, which means, and try to be shocked, the best voice acting for the Lorewalkers for you guys is, of course, Baldur's Gate 3, because it's going to just sweep. This is a trend. I'm just giving this away right now. This is a trend. This is life. This is exactly what this is going to be for the rest of the Lorewalkers. You're just voted for so many Baldur's Gate 3 things. I don't even have anything to add to this. Baldur's Gate 3 does actually have a good cast. I'm not trying to disagree with that. But, I don't think it's as cut and dry. You guys voted overwhelmingly for Baldur's Gate 3. Like, well over half the votes was for Baldur's Gate 3, which is crazy. To be clear about that, I'm not saying I disagree, but I don't, like I said, I don't think it's that big of a sweep. Dragon Age Origins has fantastic voice acting. Dragon Age Inquisition has fantastic voice acting. StarCraft 2 has fantastic voice acting. Grand Theft Auto 5 has fantastic voice acting. All of these games I would consider in the same level of general quality up there. So for me, it's just not that overwhelming of a victory. Just my opinion. Still some good stuff, though. Oh, and Asterion, could you get off the stage? We need to move on. All right, moving on. I can't believe they did that. That was so bullcrap. God, they need to be taken off back and punched. Moving on. We're going to go with individual characters next year 5. I'm going to make that much more clear. Speaking of which, my picks for best voice acting. So I had several options. Varric from Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition. Abathur from StarCraft 2. Tychus from StarCraft 2. Alarak from StarCraft 2. But I ran into a weird problem. So, oh yeah, by the way, we also had God of War 5 this year. So that's another fantastic voice acting game. So I ran into a weird problem because then I narrowed it down to Morrigan, as played by Claudia Black, Kratos, as played by Christopher Judge, Trevor from Grand Theft Auto 5, as played by Stephen Ogg, and Michael from GTA 5, as played by Ned Luke. All of these were triple positive voice acting roles. Every single one of these is what I point to when I say those are that is peak. That is peak voice acting quality. It's bonkers good. Holy crap, right? And that's the problem. I legitimately could not actually pick from amongst that category. So rather than even bother doing so, I just give the positive to all four of them. I give the reward to all four of them. Claudia Black did an absolutely amazing job with Morrigan. Even to this day, she manages to put so much into her performance that I legitimately think that most of why we like Morrigan as a character is down to the actress. Kratos, Christopher Judge has been knocking it out of the park in general. And Kratos is, again, nuance, detail, subtlety. It's especially funny in Kratos' case because Kratos doesn't really say a lot. He doesn't really speak much, and so he has to carry so much of the performance in his performance. And I'm apparently talking too quickly because we're still on Morrigan in the visuals here, but whatever. Trevor, over in Grand Theft Auto 5. Once again, a character you wouldn't exactly think has layers or nuance to him, but is honestly probably the best written character in GTA 5. Oh, now we're switching over to Kratos. Jesus. Yeah, GTA 5's conversations were smooth, natural, well-written, well-performed. Holy crap. Just absolutely phenomenally bonkers, well voice acted. Which is why the fourth one that also wins there is Michael from Grand Theft Auto 5. Once again, played by Ned Luke, who just layers his performance. You hear so much of who and what he is. And he even sounds different when talking to different people, which is extremely logical because we're that way in real life. Just wonderful, wonderful year for voice acting. Holy crap. Just nothing but praise. Nothing but praise. But now we have to go to most punchable character. Now, this is interesting. So first we'll have the Lorewalkers, most punchable character. Now, this is a deliberate, vague category because what makes Sushi a great person is kind of debatable, obviously. Thank you, Sushi. Always appreciate. What makes a character punchable is kind of debatable and up to the individual. I'll talk about it in a minute, but your guys' votes, you only nominated a couple of things. So first of all, you picked Pixie from Ace Combat Zero, who got 10 votes, by the way. That's actually not unimpressive. Arcturus Mensk from StarCraft, who got like almost 20 votes. And then Steve Haynes from Grand Theft Auto 5, which, yeah. And Steve Haynes almost won this one, but no, the most punchable character for the Lorewalkers in 2023 is Anders. Because of course it is. Do I even need to explain this? Anybody who's played Dragon Age 2 immediately and perfectly understands why this jackass is so punchable. People, do I need to explain this? No, of course I don't, because there's nothing else to add here. He is so punchable that people, literal years and years and years and years later, continue to bring up Anders as one of the biggest talking points and one of the biggest missteps of Dragon Age 2. Because he is that punchable of a character. Yeah, that's not Anders, which just makes him so punchable. He's not the worst character. That's different. He's the most punchable. God damn it, Anders. Get off the screen. So, my most punchable character. So let's go down to the Lorerunner's most punchable character, which is Jay Palmer. I'm joking. I had a lot of options here because I came up with a lot of... You guys only came up with 4. I came up with like 10. I had to limit myself. So in no particular order, Ned Goodwin. God damn it, Jay Palmer. Thank you very, very much for the sub. Always appreciate... No, wait. Okay, hang on. How many people know who Ned Goodwin is before I tell you who it is? Thank you, Jay Palmer, very much. And thank you, Brennian. Always appreciate it. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please. Mr. Red is right. Holy crap! I didn't think anybody would get it. It's the villain from Firewatch, a jackass who abandoned whose negligence led his child to die, and then fled from the world and hid in the woods, and was just an asshole about it for literal years, and then was just a predatory dickhead, what do you call that? Sandbagging? No, that's not the term. Gaslighting. A gaslighting jackass to the main characters for the entire game. Hate him. Hate him. Very punchable. Didn't actually win, though. Then we have the Merchant from Kingsfield 4. Who, if you're aware, no, I'm lost, and I have no interest in doing it. If you weren't actually there for the Kingsfield 4 run, he wouldn't sell me the goddamn map. I finally got the money, and I finally went to buy a map so I could try to navigate that stupid goddamn game. And he was just like, well, I already sold them. So I killed him. I also put in, and I'm saying this in a specific way to not spoil, the Mother Superior in Baldur's Gate 3. I don't feel the need to explain this. Anybody who saw that knows why I put her on this list. Anders, of course. Again, don't need to explain this one. That makes perfect sense. Solus from Dragon Age Inquisition. I know some people disagree with on this, and that's fine. But listen. I had to put Solus on the list because of all the characters I just mentioned. The only one you can actually punch in gameplay is Solus. You literally can punch Solus. He has to win most punchable. But he didn't actually win. But I had to at least give him an honorable nod because you can literally punch him. Vivienne from Dragon Age Inquisition, which, again, I don't really feel the need to further elaborate upon. Steve Haynes from Grand Theft Auto 5. That is the asshole FBI agent who has a tiny dick and likes to think that he's an alpha male. Odin from God of War 5. Don't really feel the need to explain that one. Oh, and my personal favorite, Us in Dragon Quest Builders 2. I'm not going to spoil, but if you know, you know. But no, the actual most punchable character for me in 2023 is Devin Weston. I explained this to a friend of mine when I was collating this list, and they were like, why? And I played for them the scene that I have captured footage for you right now, the scene that's showing in the background. And this one cutscene by itself made them go, oh my god, I want to slug this guy. He is such an extraordinarily well-written asshole. He is just designed to be the most unlikable, punchable jackass. And they do a really disturbingly good job of writing him to be this terrible, terrible human being. This man is disgusting. And he deserves to be punched in the face. Thank you, Dark Day. Always appreciate you. And if you want to put that up to 3 things, please let me know. Oh, and by the way, Brennian, I did get yours towards Evil Genius 2, Loop Hero, and McQuarrie 5 Mercenaries. He does get a very deserving send-off. Absolutely. So, next category is Best Pet, I believe. Yes, I am correct. So, Lorewalkers, best... Whoops, sorry. Oh no, I'm gone! Best Pet of the Year for Lorewalkers. Now, what's funny is you guys came up with a lot of options for this one. There was Poochie from Yoshi's Island. There was Dark Day putting it towards 3 things. Hang on, let me write this down. You know what? Is anybody... Yeah, you know what? So, Mr. Red, can I ask you a favor? For real? I am on a time deadline here, and I have to keep pausing and changing my notes to write down these donations. Could I get you to write them down for me and then give them to me later, please? Oh, you're doing timestamping. Damn it. Can I ask someone else to do that, please? I really need to try and streamline this a little bit. Best Pet. Lorewalker's Best Pet. So, Poochie from Yoshi's Island. Thank you, Bregwin. Bregwin's got it. She's awesome. Us from Baldur's Gate 3. Scratch from Baldur's Gate 3. Trico from The Last Guardian. Actually came quite close. Trico was in third here. The cat from Stray. I don't know what else to add to that. But no, the actual winner for you guys for the Lorewalkers Best Pet of the Year award is, of course, Barkspawn. As if anybody else was going to win this. I'm actually pleased that Baldur's Gate 3 didn't take this particular one. Because, let's be honest with ourselves, Barkspawn kind of deserves this, am I right? Yeah, sure, he doesn't have the same dialogue options as the other characters. And yeah, sure, he doesn't get the same kind of development or screen time. But virtually every scene that's actually devoted towards Barkspawn, like the jailbreak, for example, is a good scene. And he gets good scenes in the camp with pretty much every other character. And he's actually quite good in combat, especially if you set him up right. So, he's awesome. And naturally, I mean, I don't know what else to add to that. Of course Barkspawn wins this. He's even named Barkspawn, for God's sakes. Why wouldn't he win? Which leads to my best pet. Now, I had a much harder time with this because I'm not a pet person. So, I had to really think about this one for a minute. So, my options were Lorerunner's Best Pet of the Year. My options were Baby Yoshi from New Super Mario Bros. U, Barkspawn from Dragon Age Origins, and Scratch from Baldur's Gate 3. And all of those were good, but I started thinking about it, and I feel like in the spirit of what a pet really is, the only one who could actually win Best Pet of the Year for me is Polterpup. Bonus points if you don't even know who I'm talking about, until I mentioned it just now. The Polterpup is the goodest of boys. He does have a gameplay purpose. He serves as a bit of a hint system in the game. But he's also just an adorable little puppy, and he and Luigi have actually a great dynamic with each other. He also literally saves the party at the beginning of the game. Like, the whole game wouldn't even happen if not for Polterpup. Come on. Give the boy some credit. So now we have worst main character. We're going to stay down here in the runner category. Because, interestingly enough, you guys didn't come up with a worst main character. There weren't enough nominations for that. So for me, we had Miriam from Bloodstained, who is just a vacuous, vapid non-character. It was one of the biggest... Like, it's really sad when Alucard in Soten, who... I like that game, is not much of a character, still has more character than a character who has like 50 times his dialogue. Gale from Baldur's Gate 3. I stand by that. And Sebastian from Dragon Age 2. All of those are just not what I would call good main characters, and all of them were negatives, and all of them deserve those negatives, in my opinion. Oh, and just to defend myself really quickly, because I know a lot of people like Gale. I give Gale's voice actor a positive. But Gale, as a character, actually, he was the only main character, the only party member who got a negative in Baldur's Gate 3. He's awful. He's just... He's this super ultra mega mage who was experimenting with Netherese artifacts and was one of the personal lovers of the god of magic. I could stop there to explain why I don't like Gale. And it's just... But no, the actual worst character for me, for 2023... Of course it's Anders! Why would it be anything other than Anders? This pile of trash completely stains all of Dragon Age 2 simply by being in the game at all. For all intents and purposes, if you just ejected Anders from Dragon Age 2, the game would literally get better by his mere exclusion. God damn you, sir. Get out of this game. I should, by the way, I should clarify that I'm specifically meaning Anders in Dragon Age 2, not Anders in Dragon Age Origins, just to be very clear about that. Because I like him back in, whatever it's called. Just to be very clear. Now we get to a category where I'm going to be a little bit disappointed in you guys. So for the Lorewalkers, best main character. Okay, so that's not too bad. There's lots. We have had so many good main characters this year from so many different games. Naturally, you only nominated 4. 3 of them are from Baldur's Gate 3. In 4th place is Dorian from Dragon Age Inquisition. In 3rd place is Lae'zel, and in 2nd place is Karlach, which means I'm going to flat out disagree with you on this one, by the way. Your pick for the best main character for 2023 is the Dark Urge. I have absolutely no idea why you voted this way, or I have nothing to say because I fundamentally disagree with you. So, I have nothing to say for this section. Enjoy a shot of my hot, silvery, metallic abs. Moving on. Lorerunner. Best... Oh, God, Blue Elf Alex. That would be terrible. Speaking of which, so my pick for best main character. This was hell. I had a hell of a time figuring out a best main character for myself. Because we had so many. We had so many. I had to do multiple rounds of elimination to narrow it down to my actual best main character. There's so many good main characters this year. Even when I narrowed it down to, like, what is this, like 15? 12. I narrowed it down to 12 options. In no particular order. Malroth from Dragon Quest Builders 2. A fascinating and engaging character with an awesome character arc, and probably one of my favorite story arcs in a Dragon Quest game in general. Plague Knight from Shovel Knight, who is a weird combination of adorable and hilarious, while simultaneously being, like, legitimately sweet. Lae'zel from Baldur's Gate 3, a fantastic character who has a full story arc developing her, which can also develop into multiple directions, and has great voice acting and otherwise presentation behind her. Morrigan. I feel like I've already talked about this, but great voice actress with great character arcs and all kinds of wonderful fun stuff for her. So, yeah, again, a really, really fantastic character. Varric, who is also in 2 games, both times as a main character. Varric is so good that the actual developers changed their minds about killing him and decided instead to make him a main freaking character. Cassandra, who honestly is probably one of, if not my favorite character from Dragon Age Inquisition. They really did a lot to develop her and push her into multiple directions, and I love her story arc. Tychus from StarCraft 2. I don't feel the need to explain this one all that much because most of you probably have never even heard of StarCraft 2. I think I'm the only one to play that game. But Tychus is probably the best character in StarCraft. He is extraordinarily well fleshed out. He has a fantastic voice actor. He has a significant story arc. That is, the entire game is his story, front to back. He is in the first scene, and he is in the last scene. Abathur from StarCraft 2, who is probably our best insight into the Zerg ever, across all media, and has done they did a great job with Abathur. He is exactly as alien as he needs to be, while still being fully understandable, and writers like to do amoral or orange and blue morality characters, but they don't always do a good job of it. Abathur nailed that. He is exactly the kind of alien mentality we needed for the Zerg. And Alarak, excuse me. Yes, it's voiced by John Delancey. No, I'm not ashamed of that fact because he's a great freaking actor. And he adds so much nuance to a character that could have been a simple, typical, stupid Sith. But instead, Alarak comes across as one of my favorite types of Star Wars characters. A smart Sith. Someone who actually knows what he's doing and how he's going to do it. That's only 9, though, if you're paying attention. I eliminated all of those, and that left me with 3. One of those is Trevor from Grand Theft Auto 5. Again, what more do I need to say to this? Trevor, fantastic motion capture, amazing voice acting, tons and tons and tons of development of him as a character. Just great character. And Kratos, who is, again, extremely well acted, extremely well presented, manages to do so much with so little, and is just a phenomenal, God, his presentation. There's very, very few complaints I can ever level at Kratos. But this leaves only one character. And this I really agonized over this one, but the best main character in 2023 for me is Michael. And you could tell, I knew I was going to like Michael from his very first introductory scene. But his second introductory scene is what really nails who Michael is as a person. I had to pause the stream, if you remember, and really discuss this scene. He's got the gun to Franklin's head. He's like, all right, you thought you could play me? No problem. He was also in the car waiting for his wife, so that's cool. Then he orders you, the player, to go do this. Thank you, Savacom, for the sub. Always appreciate it. And then, and this is so Michael. I'm sorry to keep gushing about this amazing scene. He is impressed with Franklin's job. He pays him. He gives Franklin money. Because that's the kind of person he is. There's layers to this guy. I love it. And then, of course, he decides to go ahead and send a message. He could have had this guy killed easily and effortlessly. And he would have gotten away with it, too. But instead, he decides to go ahead and beat him up. He needed to send a message. I love Michael. Michael is just is such a good character. He might be in the running for one of my favorite main characters ever. And it's amazing how positive, like how much I enjoy him for how extraordinarily evil of a man he really is. But that's Grand Theft Auto in a nutshell, isn't it? So, next one is worst main villain. So, your votes for worst main villain, you only got 3 nominations. Option number, in third place, Pixie from Ace Combat Zero. Just, why is he so popular? Why is he so popular? And then, so the top 2 are so close that they very nearly tied each other. In second place is Corypheus from Dragon Age Inquisition. And in first place, your guys' pick for worst main villain of 2023. That's my pick. There we go. Is Amon from StarCraft 2. Now, to be clear, I'm with you on this. I don't think he was the worst. I think there's worse than this. But the problem is Amon is not a good character. He is a generic doomsday device who just says, I'm evil, and I'm going to kill everything because I'm evil. They could have done so much with Amon. He could have been such an interesting and engaging character. He could have been, there could have been layers to him. There could have been depth to him. It's not like they can't write villains with depth in StarCraft 2. There's actually quite a few of them. But no. Instead, Amon is the most generic demon archetype you can think of. I'm evil, mwahaha, and that's the extent of it. Which brings us to my worst. So, I forgot to change the thing. I apologize. Sorry, Mr. Red. So hang on. Your worst is Amon, and then over to me. So my worst. Worst main villain. I had several here. Amon, I'm just going to be honest, I also picked Amon. I didn't pick him as the worst, but I picked him as one of my worst. For all the reasons I just mentioned. The Traitor from Dawn of War 2. Now, I say that generically because, for those of you not aware, in Dawn of War 2, who the traitor is depends. There's several ways that can go, based on how you play through the campaign. But, oh god, blew off all its. But we showed all the traitors off in our playthrough of that, and none of them were good. And the whole mechanic is dumb to begin with. I will agree with that, Primarch. I also picked Diablo from Diablo 2 and 3. Diablo should have never really been in Diablo. Diablo should have never been in Diablo 3. He had no reason or purpose to be there. And as I complained about constantly during the Diablo lore run, Diablo is like, I'm the biggest, bestest, villainous, all characters, all ever. And he's the only reason he's there is because his name is on the freaking box. He has nothing to do with anything. He's not even the main villain of that setting. That would be Mephisto. No, instead, he's just there, and because he's on the box. And I can't wait for him to show up in the upcoming expansion, which they want to charge $100 for in Diablo 4. But no, I actually came up with a worst villain than that. Believe it or not. For me, worst villain of 2023 is freaking Corypheus. Now, in the interest of fairness, he has one salvaging thing in his favor, which is the scene where he is introduced in Dragon Age Inquisition. Now, I am specifically focusing on Inquisition here, by the way. But then, as we never stopped making fun of the entire rest of the game, Corypheus is just such a nothing burger. He is so vacuous. Right? Like, there's just nothing there. There's nothing to him. There's... it's just... Oh my god! Like I don't even feel that it's a spoiler to mention that this is the final boss fight, by the way, that I'm showing here. I don't even feel this is a spoiler because it's not anything. It's just, hey, here's Corypheus. He's the main villain for some stupid reason. I know, like, just God. He's got a good song, except it kept playing for cutscenes he wasn't in. Ah, what a waste of everything. All right, so best main villain. Now, it looks like you didn't come up with a best main villain. So, Lorerunner best main villain. He was legitimately more of a threat in Dragon Age 2. We had a lot of good villains this year. I really had to work to narrow this list down a little bit. We had the Joker from Batman Arkham City, specifically City. We had the Shriek from Ori and the Will of the Wisps, which was just terrifying in all the right ways. We had, and this surprised me a little bit, but the more I thought about it, the more I agreed with it, Hargon from Dragon Quest Builders 2. Now, if you don't understand how that's surprising, let me make this clear. For those of you not familiar with the Dragon Quest series, villains are not that series' strong suit. The overwhelming majority of main villains of Dragon Quest games are generic villains, and that's it. They're like, wahaha, I'm evil. No characterization whatsoever. That's true even in 11, which I consider to be a fantastic game otherwise. So Hargon being as well developed as he was in Dragon Quest Builders 2 really surprised me. But he is, and he was, and he's awesome. And then, of course, we have Loghain from Dragon Age Origins. I know that it could be debated, but in my opinion, he qualifies as the main villain slot for Dragon Age Origins, and I stand by that. But none of these won it for me because, and I gotta be honest, this was one of the few picks that was just an immediate, no, the best main villain for 2023 is Odin. I cannot gush enough about how horrifically, insidiously, brilliantly evil this monster is. This guy, like, I can't summarize it for you. You have to play the game or watch the stream. This guy is so evil. He is a brilliantly done villain. He is a fantastic, interesting, well-written, well voice acted, well motion captured, amazing villain. Yeah, he is a mafia boss god. And his writing is perfection. Every scene he's in carries layers to it. We had to pause, like, after every single scene he's in, just to really discuss how messed up this guy was. And yeah, he doesn't seem like much. He's so unassuming. Like Thor shows up and is like, whoa. And Odin's like, hey, what's up? How's it going? How are things? Huh? You know? Oh, man. Great villain. So let's see. So it looks like next we have worst main character. Yep, okay. Excuse me, worst major character. So worst major character. Yeah, exactly. And God, it was so good. Another band that in. Worst major character for you guys for the Lorewalkers. You only had a couple of options here. Option 4 was Avitus from Dawn of War 2. We already talked about that. I'm not sure I agree with that. I thought Avitus was like, you know, the only good character in that, but that's just my opinion. We had the Traitor in Dawn of War 2. We've already covered this. We had a character I honestly kind of forgot about, but absolutely qualifies, which is Inquisitor Varric from Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. And she nearly won in second place. But no, the Lorewalker's worst major character of the year. If I can find it. There it is. Nope, that's actually the wrong file. I'm sorry. Here we go. Is Sebastian! I feel like I've already covered this. What I find funny about this is actually he's not a major character. He doesn't qualify. I don't want to get stickler about definitions, but by definition, Sebastian would be a main character, not a major character. Nevertheless, this is my fault. Next year I'll be curating the list a little bit better. But yeah, this guy is just, oh God, screw you, Sebastian. Screw you and everything about you. Moving on. So, worst major character for me, I actually almost only came up with 2 options here. One of them was Zeratul, and that hurt me to mention that, because I like Zeratul, but honestly, he was just done so dirty in StarCraft 2. He, thank you for reminding me, he was just such a nothing burger in StarCraft 2. He might as well have not even been in StarCraft 2. And that's a damn shame. But that doesn't really qualify for worst. So I couldn't in good conscience pick him. So instead, my worst character for 2023 is Talus. And I know at least one person's already going to disagree with this. It was Shadow Machine who already disagreed with this. The problem with Talus, and I talked about this while we were streaming it, is the game tried really, really hard to make her into something that she wasn't. And the whole character suffers for it. This woman, there's so many directions they could have taken this character. And instead, they didn't take any direction with her at all. She's just Felicia Day being Felicia Day for a day. And I like Felicia Day plenty, but that's not a character in a game. You know? Enough said. So, now we've got best major character. Okay, so it looks like we're going to do my stuff for a bit. So, Lorerunner's best major character. You guys didn't come up with anything. Yeah, exactly, Lord Harriman. I came up with quite a few, but I decided to limit myself. So, in my mind, the definition between side character, major character, and main character is very distinct. But that's because I've spent time and effort thinking about it. And again, this is my fault for not clarifying this. Main character is majority of screen time and playable. Major character is substantial screen time and not playable. Side character is everything else. So, you know, anybody who is playable automatically does not qualify for major. And anybody who has a decent amount of screen time does not qualify for side. Make sense? It's pretty much the exact same way I would cast if I was casting characters. So for me, the best major... I actually didn't come up with much else, but I did come up with a best major character. In fact, I came up with 3. The first one surprised me. Bane from Arkham Origins. I wasn't expecting to like him that much, but it was a really good portrayal of Bane. And that's rarer than it probably should be. And so I have to admit that I enjoyed him in Arkham Origins quite a bit. He was intelligent, he was on top of things, he was analytical, and of course he was a beast in combat. I also put up the Aeroshock. The Aeroshock in Dragon Age 2 is awesome. Almost won this. I was very, very torn on this one. because I couldn't stop gushing about him. He is exactly a perfect encapsulation of what the Cune really is, and is a great example of someone who is extremely evil. Let's be clear about this, and is definitely someone who would be a villain and is my opponent, but I absolutely respect them despite that fact. But my actual pick for Best Major Character for 2023 is Barkus from Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not actually joking. Legitimately, I'm not. Barkus is a great character. He's got a good voice actor. He's got a whole character arc. In fact, he has 2 character arcs throughout the course of Baldur's Gate 3. He shows up in every act, and he has quite a few inferences. And he just kept showing up. He ended up being legitimately one of my favorite characters in Baldur's Gate 3. And it all starts off at this stupid windmill. And if you don't release him from this windmill, then you never actually see that whole character. And he could die. We mathed it out at one point. I think he can die like 5 separate times before we get to the end of his story arc. By the way, his story arc goes on so far, he can be in the final boss fight. Like, he is that long of a character throughout the course of this game. He is absolutely a major character, and he is an awesome major character. I love him. Just, yeah. There you go. There's your Baldur's Gate 3 nod. Thank you, Sean. Always appreciate the sub. Also very buggy. All right, so then we have worst side character. So once again, you guys couldn't come up with something for this. Probably a definitions issue. I've already defined side character. They're not playable, and they don't have a lot of screen time, so they only have to show up periodically. I came up with 3. First is everyone in Dragon's Dogma. Moving on. Second of all is that frickin' Jinn in Baldur's Gate 3. You remember the one, right? In the carnival area, right? Just that asshole. And there's no pleasing him. There's nothing you can do to please him. He's just a dick. I tried too. It was just like, no. He didn't give me an awesome weapon, but I did get an awesome weapon as a consequence of him. So I'll take that. But no, this was actually a gimme. This was an easy one. Worst side character of 2023 for Lorerunner is Jimmy. I hate Jimmy. And I've always hated Jimmy. But going back through with review really emphasized how much this isn't just an irritating character. He is a bad character. He is improperly used in the narrative more than once, and the game tries really hard to make him likable and prove him right, while at the same time making him a despicable human being who is wrong. Jimmy sucks. Jimmy was the source of more than one negative to story. That's all I have to say about that. Best side character. This was actually a pretty hard one, because there's a lot of good side characters this year. Obviously, because we had all the Dragon Ages and Baldur's Gate 3 and StarCraft, and just... So, this was a really hard one for me. I eventually narrowed it down to 3. First pick for me was, and I know this is going to get some hackles, but I don't care, the flowers. No, Mr. Red. The flowers from Mario Wonder. I count them as one character because one voice actor, but honestly, they added so much additional flavor and presentation and just additional, I don't know what else to call it. They added to virtually every stage in the entire game. And the enthusiasm, the voice acting, the little clips, love them. Absolutely love them. Thank you, Ginger Ninja. Always appreciate. And then we had, I know this is going to raise some hackles, Duncan from Dragon Age Origins. Duncan is especially up there because he, in many ways, is presented as your typical Obi-Wan, right? The mentor kind, who's like, yeah, no, I'm here, and I'm totally going to be this thing, and I'm kind, and I'm understanding, and I'm tolerant, and none of that is true. Duncan is a cold fish, as we talked about during the thing. And the more you see of Duncan, the more of the origins you see, the more you realize that he is a very vicious pragmatist, but not in an evil way, in a way that makes perfect sense. He is exactly what I would expect from a career Grey Warden. Someone who is already starting to hear the call. Someone who has been doing this for years and years and years. Duncan, yeah, he's very cold calculus, and he's just long since accepted exactly what he needs to be. But here's the thing. While Duncan almost won this for me, I realized that in the spirit of what a side character really is, I wanted to pick someone who was more side, if that makes any sense. Someone who is just kind of in the background, but adds to the work by virtue of being in the background. And for me, that's Donnie Vermillion. And I mean that with total sincerity. Donnie is one of those fascinating characters that's initially showcased as just a joke. He's just there to add some humor and levity to the background. But every time he's allowed to actually have some significant story stuff, there's a moment of, like, character. Like, you could tell there is an individual underneath that mouthpiece. And he also has, and I have to mention this, one of my favorite lines in the whole game, which is, I had a brother on Tarsonis. I had a brother there. And he just stalls because of that. Donnie Vermillion is awesome, and he is my favorite side character for 2023. Thank you, Evo. Super bow. And Bragwin is getting those for jotting that down later. So now we're finally back to Donnie Vermillion is from StarCraft 2, John Killorn. Now we're getting back to best cast. So we're going to have Lorewalkers best cast, because oh my god, this year was stacked with casts. Holy crap. This is another difficult one. So you guys, hang on, let me pull up your results here. So for best cast for you guys, we had Dragon Age Inquisition, which had quite a few votes. Yeah, you know what's going to win. We had Super Mario Wonder, which I actually agree with completely. We have StarCraft 2, which I agree with completely. And we had Dragon Age Origins, which I agree with completely. However, none of those got even a third of the votes of the actual winner. In fact, I believe, hang on, let's do some quick math. Yeah, all of those combined got about a third of the votes of your pick for best cast of 2023. And you know what it is. I don't know what else to add to this. Baldur's Gate 3 had a lot of good side characters, a lot of good major characters, a couple of good main characters. And yeah, I honestly don't know what else to add to this. This is what we call the least surprising, well, second least surprising award of this particular LGA. Ahem. My best cast. So, Lorerunner's best cast. Again, this was kind of tough. We had a lot of great casts this year. We had Dragon Age Inquisition, which, while I do have some issues with the gameplay side of things, had a great cast. Absolutely fantastic cast. We had Baldur's Gate 3. Again, great cast. Fantastic supporting staff. Lots of memorable characters. We had Grand Theft Auto 5 with a great cast. But all three of those I ejected, because then I had to... this was another one where I had to do several limiting, like narrowing down elimination rounds to figure this out. So that left three. One of them was God of War 5, which, god damn, that game. As I already mentioned, it had, for me, one of the best villains ever, and just, Odin is just incredible. and really, really well fleshed out. Some good stuff with all of them. You know, one of my favorite scenes is with the freaking dwarves. Then we had StarCraft 2, which I know it hackles some people to give a StarCraft 2 game a story thing like this, but StarCraft 2's cast is legit. There is a lot of great characters in StarCraft 2. Absolutely phenomenal, and different perspectives, different layers, yada, yada, yada. Which means, by process of elimination, my pick for best cast of 2023 is Dragon Age Origins. This one, I actually sat on this for quite a while. But the thing that really pushed Dragon Age Origins over the line for me is I had a really hard time thinking of a character I actively disliked in this game. Like, even side characters, random NPCs, or single quests, or main characters and playable characters, and the major characters who are recurring, and the villains. Dragon Age Origins just kinda nailed it top to bottom when it comes to its characters. And that's impressive, if I'm being honest. And I couldn't say that for every other game I just mentioned. Every other game I just mentioned has at least one character, one member of the cast, which made me go, ugh. Origins does not have that. So, had to go with Dragon Age Origins. Thank you, DirectD. Always appreciate and much obliged. Next category is a new category. Best Song. So let's pull up... Oh my god, Dark Prince Ribbon, thank you very, very much for the sub. Always appreciate it. By the way, I'm not saying what I'm putting it towards, because my wonderful, wonderful friend Bragwin is taking screenshots of those so I can jot out later, so we don't get bogged down in writing down donations. Thank you, though, very, very much. Best Song. You guys nominated 4 songs for Best Song, so let's go up to Lorewalker. We have The Unsung War from Ace Combat 5, which is an awesome song. We have Zero from Ace Combat 0, which is an awesome song. We have Honor for All from Dishonored, which I don't remember what that is. And then winning by a ridiculous margin, and again, try to be shocked for Best Song of 2023.
Lives, oh mortal lives, expire. Souls go to their dooms in flame forevermore.
We're not going to play the whole song, but yeah, I am not surprised that this one won. Although I'll play this next part for you, just for you. And thank you, Dark Day. Happy New Year. I'm not actually sure what the name of this song is. It is Raphael's boss song, as you can see by it happening there. Anyways, so Lorerunner Best Song. This was tough. So we just added the Best Song category this year. At Raphael's Final Act, thank you. And so I was really debating, because there's been some good music this year. We've had a lot of bangers. Once again, I had to bear it down, until finally I had 2. One of them was Heart of the Swarm from StarCraft 2. That's the one that plays during the trailer, if you're not familiar with it. That is a hell of a song, and I headbang to that semi-regularly. It's on my For Tonight playlist even now. But the other one, and I think this one might surprise a couple of people, but for me, the best song of 2023 was... I'm actually going to let this one play out. No offense. But it's also not, you know, copy-wrong, so yay. So, for those of you who weren't there for the Ace Combat games, this is effectively the final boss. The final boss song for Ace Combat 7. It was also done at the last minute on personal request by the director, and they delayed the release of the game to get this song in it. It's also a good boss fight while we're on the subject. But all of that doesn't matter because the song itself does what I like out of a song. It tells a story. It starts off, and there's this mechanical clicking. There's a clock. You hear it in the background there. And the whole song, like, if you're analyzing it, is very structured at this point. This is the kind of song a machine would make. I'm just gonna let it play for a second. Ping to you, flag end. And then there's a choir that just shows up out of nowhere. That's odd. Oh well, I'm sure it's nothing. The machine will win, after all. And then the voice slowly starts to come in. It's low in tone, it's quiet, and it's complementary to the machine music. Notice you can still hear the ticking of the clock this whole time. Oh man, Jay Palmer, that would have been awesome. So, the machine music pulls up a little bit more. It starts to drown out the woman's voice, right? It's not working, so we need to get even louder. I think I'll let this part speak for itself. By the way, you can't hear the clock anymore. And that is what it takes to have the best song of the year. Moving on. I apologize for the indulgence, but I really wanted you to hear the whole piece. Best atmosphere. So, a lot of good atmosphere games this year. Lots of good nominations. Oh, I know, Jay Palmer. I know. Diablo 1. For all of my issues with Diablo 1, and I have... Oh, sorry. This is Lorewalker. Sorry. Thank you for... for all of the issues I have with Diablo 1, and I have quite a few, the fact of the matter is the game oozes atmosphere. It's pretty much its main story draw is the fact that it's the nightmare, right? It's this big, horrible descent into the depths, right? Mega Man Legends 2, which I actually agree with completely, believe it or not, because Mega Man Legends 2 had a great vibe to it, and really made me feel like I was actually there for most part. It was good stuff. StarCraft 2, again, no arguments, absolutely. Stray, the dystopian city, yep, absolutely. Firewatch, surprising, but no, I agree. Firewatch had some good atmosphere. It really did feel like you were out in the woods with one person to talk to and no idea what was going on. It was great. Yoshi's Island. At first I questioned that, but no, that totally tracks. Because the general vibe of the music and the beat and the visuals, that absolutely is atmosphere. It gets across a very unique atmosphere, but very distinct. And then we have the top three, which were very, very close to each other. In the number 3 slot, Dishonored. Another one I completely agree with. Dishonored, you can feel the stench, right? In Dishonored. You can feel the scent of it. See you around, Mr. Red. Thank you. Appreciate you. You can feel exactly how muck it is, right? It's just, I don't know what else to add to that. Dishonored makes you feel the moment of it. In number 2 slot, Dragon Age Origins. Now, I talked about this to a friend of mine. This one surprised me because Dragon Age Origins has a lot of great story, but atmosphere is never something I've considered DAO to have. We discussed this, and there was some back and forth discussing, but I think the general vibe and tone of like the dark fantasy and the grounded nature of it and the dirt and the blood was generally what you guys are going for. I'm guessing because I don't know. Because the actual winner for the Lorewalkers Best Atmosphere of 2023, try to be surprised, it's Subnautica. Of course it's Subnautica. If there is a game that I think of when the word atmosphere is said, it is, and this is not a joke, this game. This game breathes atmosphere. And it's not just like it has good atmosphere. It has like 10 good atmospheres. It is wondrous. It is terrifying. It is adventurous. It's explorative. It's inquisitive. It's even more terrifying. It's a different type of terrifying. Subnautica's story score was carried by its atmosphere, and for good reason. Mysterious. That's another one. Yeah, exactly. If a game's atmosphere triggers people's legitimate phobia, you have pulled it off. Tragic. That's another one. There's Tragic and Lonely. That's another good one. This game, I cannot recommend this game enough. By the way, Subnautica is just so good. Oh, Subnautica is such a good game. I want to play it again. I'm never gonna have time to. Although there's a friend of mine I want to play through some games with. Maybe I'll play through it with them. We'll see. But yeah, no, this game, hard agree. But that leaves me to my favorite atmosphere. Below Zero, no. So Lorerunner, Best Atmosphere. Again, quite a few good ones this year. I tried to narrow it down a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and mention Subnautica was on the list. Of course it was. Duh. And I also mentioned Stray, which did a really, really good job. In fact, most of the ones I picked were the ones you guys picked. Stray, Subnautica, Dishonored, duh. But the one that actually won for me is probably going to surprise at least a couple of you who weren't there for it. And that is, of course, Ori and the Will of the Wisps. A combination of visual excellence and audio fantasticness. Music, sound design, excellent usage of lighting. Thank you very much for the sub. Incredible art direction. Every single one of these areas feels different and unique and powerful and absolutely terrifying. And not like some places feel uplifting, places feel lonely, some places feel frozen. Like we've got the Moldwood, which despite everything, is actually one of my favorite levels like ever. It's just stuck in my brain so much ever since we finished this stage. It was so good. Slowly having the shrinking light that's just creeping in around you, and the chittering and the screaming in the background. And oh, absolutely, Melkorblade, absolutely. And this whole thing, and the whole place feels like a place that's just been rotten over by mold. And if you're in the dark for too long, you're dead. Just straight up dead. Yeah, 2 is just, oh god, it's crazy. It's crazy how good 2 was. On both axes, actually. It really was a massive improvement over the original on both axes. And, of course, we've also got the underwater area. I wanted to show this one off, too. Still dangerous, but, like, it's got that relief feeling. And it's no longer, like, this. It's this wonderful, light, beautiful, blue, purples, just, oh, God. I highly recommend this game, by the way. Anyways, so... now we get to worst. So this is going to be a Lorewalker. Worst level, quest, or mission. Now, let's be honest. We had some bad games this year. we had some games this year. You guys nominated 3 things. One of which was the Iceland base in Subnautica Below Zero, which, yeah. I don't know what else to add to that. Yeah. There's also the Hissing Wastes in Dragon Age Inquisition. It's actually funny, because most people think of the Hinterlands. In fact, 2 people just mentioned it in chat just now. But actually, anybody who's played all of Inquisition knows the Hissing Waste is the worst zone in that goddamn game. Oh my god. The Hissing Waste is so bad. But no. Instead, the winner by a huge margin for the worst level, quest, or mission in 2023 is the entirety of Kingsfield 4. The whole game. The whole game. I don't even feel the need to explain this. If you were here for that stream, you know. If you watched the highlight reel, by the way, watch the highlight reel. It's a good highlight reel. Mr. Red did a good job with it. This is just... God, screw this game. Screw this game. I'm so happy that there are people who enjoy this game. Screw this game. Moving on. So then I had to come up with a worst level quest or mission. Now, exactly. Another man that did exactly. Oh, screw this game. So yeah, watch the reel. So my worst level. Yeah! This was difficult because we had a lot, and I really, really had to work at this. So first of all, I'll start with Kingsfield 4. I actually picked a specific stage of Kingsfield 4, though. The Ancient Castle, which, if you're not familiar with the game, is the center section, the one we were stuck at for 3 hours thanks to a bug. But even ignoring that crap, even ignoring that bug, the fact of the matter is it's a massive labyrinth. It's a vertical labyrinth in a game where all the textures are basically the same. And that's already 2 massive strikes against it, before we get into the other nonsense that is in that stupid stage. I also put down the Twinkle Palace from Shantae 1. That's the Game Boy one, because the Game Boy game was not good. I also jotted down the Deep Roads of Dragon Age Origins. This one was one, I keep changing my opinion on this one. But this time, for the actual going down and sitting down and reviewing it, yeah, the Deep Road sucks. And the more I look at it, the more the Deep Road sucks. It's a way too much combat and basically nothing else in a big, bland, brown area. Then there's the Hissing Wastes. A huge waste of time. Stealing Evo's joke. What do I need to say about that stupid zone? The worst part is it has a regional quest chain, which is just awful. I also mentioned Super Mario Bros. 1 World 8. For those of you who weren't there for this, I actually sat down and mathematically proved how World 8 is a bad world. Please go watch the stream. I'm very proud of that. But trust me when I say World 8 is a bad world. And it's a shame because Super Mario Bros. 1 isn't actually, like, terrible of a game until you get to World 8, and it's trash. Speaking of which, Lost Levels, World 8. Same general problem, actually. Less credit because, you know, that sucked. like at least with Super Mario Bros. 1, they were trying to figure out what level design was. They don't really have that excuse in Lost Levels. And then there was pretty much every Zerg kill-all in Brood War for StarCraft 1. You remember those? We got all the way through StarCraft 1, all the way to the final campaign, and we finally pulled the cheat flag up because the Zerg kill-all missions in late Brood War are dull, boring slogs. But none of them were the worst level for me for this year. I don't blame any of you for not even thinking about this one because, again, I remember all the games I streamed this year, and most of you probably didn't even watch this game. No, the worst level for me is Nino Island. I want you to imagine a vertical maze. I want you to imagine that everything you do is slow because you're underwater. I want you to imagine that if you screw up, you have to start over from pretty much the bottom of the stage. And I'm just the actual intended route is ridiculous, and oh my god, it's so bad. It's so bad on every level. And hang on, all of these things suck. Everything I just mentioned suck. Thank you, Dr. Winter, very, very much. Yeah, it's also headache-inducing while we're here because of the effect. Yeah, this is Mega Man Legends 2. The combat encounter sucked, the boss sucked, the slowdown sucks, the platforming sucked, the vertical platforming sucked, the start over sucked, the enemy placement sucked, the textures sucked, the music was good. But then there's one last thing that pushes this into the worst for me. And that's that there is one save point in this entire huge dungeon. So if you're playing this, as intended, PlayStation 1, if you screw up and die, which is extraordinarily easy to do on the bad mini-boss or the bad boss, have fun doing it all over again. Screw this level. Just screw this level. See you around, Jay Palmer. So, best level, stage, or mission. Let's look at your votes here. So there were several here. Several people mentioned the Odin missions. There's several of those, actually, in StarCraft 2. A couple people mentioned the Haven combat, that sequence of Dragon Age Inquisition, which is good stuff. We also played Modern Warfare this year, so All Gillied Up was mentioned and got a nod. And the Lady Boyle mission, Lady Boyle's final ball, or whatever that's called, from Dishonored. Good stuff. All good stuff, and I would agree with all of those. However, none of those won because, of course, try to be shocked, the winner for best level for 2023 for the Walkers is the House of Hope from Baldur's Gate 3. I don't agree with this, to be 100% honest with you. That boss fight is a good boss fight. I even gave it positives. The stage itself, the House of Hope itself, was just okay, in my opinion. I think it was like 1 positive is what the whole stage got. So, shrug. I don't know what else to add about this. Lady Boyle's last whatever in Dishonored, Roman Cure. Yeah, no. Hope's Prison was great. The underwater thing, whatever it was called. The underwater stage was the best stage in Baldur's Gate 3. Absolutely. That was awesome. I gave that 3 positives right off the bat because that was so damn good. Oh, like that was a great stage. So you've got, it's gradient difficulty based on how many optional objectives you want to get. It's very, very tightly timed and very tightly presented. The enemy design is great. It takes into account your choices leading up to it. Oh god, it was so good. It was so good. The Iron Throne is just, I gush. That's a great stage. Holy crap. But anyways, you guys picked for this one. So, Lorerunner. Where are we at? Lorerunner, best level. This was hard. This this year we played Dishonored, Modern Warfare 1, Modern Warfare 2, Dragon Quest Builders 2, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Shovel Knight, Ori and the Blind Forest, Ori and the Will of the Wisp, Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age Inquisition, Grand Theft Auto 5, all of the Mario games, StarCraft. This has been a great year for gaming. We have covered a tremendous amount of fantastic levels. So I actually finished covering, like I picked my picks for every other category, and I did this last. So I had to do 1, 2, 3, 4. I had to do 5 rounds of elimination. So let's start at the bottom for me. Best level. So we've got Lady Boyle's Last Party is apparently what it's called from Dishonored. It is a very good stage. It can be done extremely quickly, especially if you know what you're doing. There's lots of routes through it. It's not even just like you can go quiet or loud. There's multiple going quiets and multiple going louds. The level design is top notch. You know, it's great. It's a fantastic. It's probably the best stage in Dishonored 1. Death from Above in Modern Warfare 1. I was torn on that one because All Gillied Up is also a great stage, but Death from Above, in addition to being fun, is also a great narrative stage, which kind of stuck with me a little bit more. Speaking of which, Wolverines in Modern Warfare 2, the Suburbia Defense mission, if you're not familiar with it. That is difficult, it's challenging, it's a great push, you get good support, it's terrifying, it's got great music. Ooh, that's a great stage. So all of those eliminated. Now we move up to Dragon Quest Builders 2, Furrowfield. Now I know that's a bit of a cheat because Furrowfield is like a region, but still, Furrowfield was very well designed. Probably the best overall stage in Dragon Quest Builders 2 with regards to quest design, item placement, stuff you can build, resource allocation, the whole thing, the whole 9 yards. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. So it's hard to pick a stage in Soten, but I kind of divvied Soten up into loops. There's certain parts of the map that clearly loop into each other, like up here and up here. And I know you have no idea what I'm talking about, but point being, I called it the initial loop. When you first start off, and you go up to your first boss area, and that actually loops over here when you come back later. That whole loop was very well designed. Lots of good tutorialization, lots of good challenges, and lots of good backtracking. It allows you to go back through it in different ways when you go back through the next time. I also mentioned the Spectre Knight, specifically Clock Tower stage in Shovel Knight, which, let me tell you, picking a specific stage in Shovel Knight was really hard to do. I forced myself to limit myself to one stage per game, because holy crap. And then I broke that promise, but moving on. So Clockwork Tower is brutal and fun and has a great soundtrack and good visual distinction and is everything I want out of a challenging platformer. Speaking of which, Moldwood Depths, Ori and the Will of the Wisps. A little more on the narrative axis than the gameplay axis, but at the same time, there was still some very enjoyable, simple, and fun gameplay down there. And of course, that boss fight was awesome and had mid-mission checkpoints. That leads us to Dragon Age Origins. I know that sounds strange to put that in a best level quest or mission thing, but at the same time, let's be honest with ourselves, the Rescue. I know that's a weird one to pick, but the Rescue is probably the best designed quest in that entire game. It's, depending on who you pick to come rescue you, changes not just the cutscene, but also the specifics of what you can do in the mission itself. There's actually quite a bit of gradient on how that quest can go, and that required a lot of scripting and a lot of mapping out of exactly what you have options with. And of course, it's all on you. Who you pick to come with is entirely your choice. Oh yeah, it's also completely optional. Then you have the Ball from Dragon Age Inquisition. I figured this one would be a little bit contentious, but I stand by it. I enjoyed the Ball in Dragon Age Inquisition. It is, once again, a lot of what I enjoy in good RPG quest design. A lot of different routes, a lot of different things. You can do plenty of optional stuff, multiple end states, some of which you can work towards, some of which you can stumble into. And yeah, the whole Winter Palace, just love it. Pause. Thank you, Tiny Shroom. Very much appreciate, as always. Yeah, good social encounters are hard to design in games, and so I always praise them when we get there. Speaking of which, Grand Theft Auto 5, the big one. This was another hard one for me to pick just one mission, because there's a lot of really good missions in GTA 5. But I had to go with the big one, which is the final heist, if you're not familiar with it. Because, first of all, it's two heists, and they're both awesome. Both of them have Great story beats, great tension, great gameplay sequences. Just bang, bang, bang. Love it. Absolutely. And then we had a stage which is called, in all caps, Keep Moving, which is from Yoshi's Island, World 6, Level 7. It's the second to last stage. It is what I call the finale level. It has a little bit of everything. It actually has different challenges from every different type of challenge they've been building you up towards throughout the course of Yoshi's Island. And for those of you who weren't there for that, Yoshi's Island is an absolutely freaking banger of a platformer. But it still got eliminated. So now we have the top 3. I couldn't pick one stage from Mario Wonder. So instead I picked 3. S, The Way of the Goomba. S, The Final Test, Wonder Gauntlet. And S, Piranha Plant Reprise, all in the special world. I don't want to spoil those stages. I know that sounds strange, but trust me when I say those stages they all blew me away. I don't have a better way to put that. They freaking blew me away. Absolutely incredible level design. Some of the best level design I've ever seen. And then I had to limit myself to only picking a few from StarCraft 2. That was also difficult. So we had The Reckoning. Obvious, don't need to really explain that one. Enemy Within. That's the one in Heart of the Swarm where you control the Infiltrator, which is taking over the Protoss ship. Infested, which is the one in StarCraft 2's Heart of the Swarm, where you're trying to, you have the lanes of Infested supporting you, and you're trying to slowly take over the platform in order to break into Nerude's place. And, of course, Outbreak from Wings of Liberty, which is a seemingly simple level. God, it's a really, really good level. It is very tightly designed, and the day-night mechanic and the slowly escalating presence of the enemies, all that stuff, just, oh god. And then of course Flashpoint, which is I'm sure you're not going to remember that one. That's one of the Nova missions. It was actually really hard to only pick one Nova mission, because if there's one thing the Nova missions do good, it's freaking gameplay. Flashpoint was the one that ends up with you infiltrating the mansion and pretty much plays like a Dishonored level, to put it simply. But of all these, there is one mission that I decided to give the thing. And God, I stared at this for so long. And it's the one I haven't mentioned yet. And the mere fact that I just said mission means you know it's from StarCraft 2. For my pick for best level of 2023. All In. This is, in my opinion, the best hold the line mission ever. Like in history, in gaming history. This is a wonderfully well-designed, beautifully laid out map with tremendous... Oh, God, it's so hard on Brutal. And it's the right kind of hard. The difficulty is exactly where it should be. And there's also 2 versions of this mission, both of which are completely unique in how their challenge hits you in the face. And just... Oh, my God, this mission is so good. This mission is so good. The escalation, the optional button they give you in order to try and make it easier... The nature of how it spawns the enemies, the nature of how much control you have over those enemies, how it does the resource management, just this. And then there's the narrative axis. This is, I talked about this during the stream, this is like the triumph of the Terrans. And I know that sounds stupid, but I stand by it completely. This really is the Terrans finally accomplishing something of significance on the stage, right? And the best part is, in a bad story, this would be the Terrans defeating God and winning the day. But it's not. This is the Terrans having barely survived a hard landing on a hostile force, and we're nestled up into the corner. And there's no victory here. We cannot beat the Swarm. It is impossible. So all we're trying to do is to free the Queen of Blades. That's our only goal. That's our only job. And so we're technically insignificant specks, but at the same time, what we are doing will fundamentally change history forever. It's awesome. I love it narratively. I love it gameplay. Best level of the year. Absolutely. Whoa. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. So, best weapon or tool. You guys nominated a lot of stuff for this. Let's go up to the Walkers. So you mentioned the... Yeah, exactly, Braven. You mentioned the thermal knife in Subnautica. Why? Now, this is actually a funny one. Trico was mentioned as best weapon or tool. I agree. Trico, gameplay-wise, because this is a pure gameplay thing, does function as a tool, as part of your kit. So I'm with that. Cool, cool. The grappling hook from the Batman games. Sure, I'm with that. The elephant power-up from Super Mario Wonder. That's not really much of a surprise. It is honestly so overpowered. If you remember, I tried not to use it in my playthrough, but it's a good power-up. It's well designed. The Leviathan axe from God of War 5. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with it. It's got some good kits, some good abilities, and of course you can recall it to yourself, so it's technically a ranged weapon. The cat suit from Super Mario 3D World. Once again, a bit of an overpowered power-up, but very well designed and really adds to the verticality of the levels, so I agree with that. But all of these pale compared to the one that actually won. I will admit, I was surprised by this. Your pick for the best tool of 2023 is Blink from Dishonored. Now, I was surprised by this, but the more I think about it, the more I'm actually with this. It's a teleport, but it's a line of sight teleport, and it has some additional limitations to it, which means you still have to be smart with it. But I don't know. I'm with it. I don't know how else to say that. It's a seemingly simple thing, but well designed in a way that, as another man that Dan just mentioned, completely opens up the level design. So I'm with you. I'm with you completely. By the way, I do hate you guys, because obviously this is my footage from my VODs, and I like to pull my own footage for these. It took me forever to find a shot of me using Blink. You'll notice we've only used Blink once in the shot that I spent like a solid 20 minutes trying to find any footage of me using Blink. Just want you to know, I hate you. Thank you, Sakage. Always appreciate the sub. Much obliged. And yeah, no, Blink is universally useful. Very, very true. But for me, I had to think about this one. So for Lorerunner, best tool of the year, there were a lot. There were a lot. We had the Trowel from Dragon Quest Builders 2, which is just a really, really good building tool. For those of you who don't remember how that works, you can either on a ground surface or on a vertical surface grab and replace without actually removing the blocks large chunk of things, right? That was last year, Triaxia. So you can go, whoosh, and the fact that it replaces means you don't have to knock anything out, therefore don't lose any structure, and it just replaces, it swaps, so it swaps whatever you have with the things. That is an invaluable tool, and I wish more builder games would have something like that. I also included, not really as a joke, it was initially as a joke, but the more I thought about it, the more I grew this, jumping from Baldur's Gate 3. Jumping is weirdly useful in Baldur's Gate 3. It is also, similar to Blink, universally useful. The jump ability, it's hard to find a situation where you shouldn't jump in Baldur's Gate 3. And the developers clearly knew that and clearly leaned into it. I also had to mention pretty much all of the forms, specifically from Half Genie Hero, Shantae Half Genie Hero, because there's lots of cool and fun stuff you can do with that. So, absolutely in that case. In Baldur's Gate 3, yes, ISE, because it's an ability. Walking is not a tool because you just click, but jump is an ability that uses up your bonus action. Then I also mentioned, and this is probably going to make you laugh at me, the Sea Truck. Right? No? Okay. So the Sea Truck was in Subnautica Below Zero. I say without hyperbole, it was the best part of that game. The Sea Truck is a modular vehicle that you can grab and unhook and rehook on the fly with different modules which do all sorts of different kind of fun things. And it's decently fast. It's got good health, and it's rather mobile. And how it works depends entirely on how you've configured it. I loved the Sea Truck. I wish it was in a better game, but the truck itself is great. Oh yeah, you can also dock your prawn to it, even better. I almost gave it to the Sea Truck, actually, but I kept staring at this, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized that there is one tool that absolutely was the best one for me. So my pick best weapon, best tool of 2023 is the Chrysogram. The fact that I get this every single time I replay this game is probably indicative in its own right. We took, what, 10 minutes farming this stupid thing? But the thing is, it's not just cool and it's not just powerful. It legitimately changes how you play, because it does multiple strikes, which changes what kind of stats you value. It's usable while moving, which makes it so that you can actually do a lot of platforming and maneuvering, and changes how you do boss fights. And it also hits in an arc in front of you, both up and down, which means you can hit lower enemies, like these stupid fleas, much better than you can with a lot of other weapons. It is so good and such a well-designed utility, in addition to just being a badass weapon. Of course I get it every time. Oh, wow, Bregman. Anyways, Chrysogram's awesome. Moving on. We'll just leave him on screen there. Don't mind me. So next one is the worst bug. I changed my mind on this a couple of times. So Lorerunner's worst bug of the year. My first pick was Arkham Origins. The whole game. We just couldn't stop running into bugs in Arkham Origins. We were playing the PC version specifically, but oh my god, it was so bad. And the best part is, most of the bugs were just like I kept getting the comment on the YouTube comments of, listen, this game's really good. This person's experience is not indicative of a typical play experience. And I kept thinking, you realize, like, I'm not going out of my way to make bugs happen, right? Like, I'm not seeking those bugs out. Like, I'm not lying or cheating or doing some kind of, like, editing trick to make bugs. That's just the playthrough. Those are legitimate bugs we walked into. Exactly, playthrough. Typical player experience. Whatever. But my second pick was Dragon Age Inquisition. Now you're probably thinking, what's a bug in Dragon Age Inquisition? There's only really one. But it's a big enough bug that it bugs the crap out of me. And that is the banter bug. Yeah, exactly. Most of you are probably familiar with it if you're familiar with that game. Banter is so good in that game, and there's so much of it. There's hours upon hours of it. And it needs to be there. It needs to be there to fill out the time. It needs to fill out the gameplay, and it needs to give you something to help flesh out the characters. And it wasn't freaking there because of a bug. Love you, Evo. Thank you, Diesel Edge. Always appreciate. And then there was Baldur's Gate 3. We had a lot of bugs in Baldur's Gate 3. A lot. I already mentioned one, actually. We didn't get to see all of the romance with Shadowheart because it didn't trigger. We didn't get to see literally half of Asterian's quest arc because it didn't trigger. But what some people are going to say, and I know this because I have, is, oh, that's just because you were using that mod at the beginning of Act 1, which we immediately stopped using in order to avoid bugs. Just pointing that out. But no, my favorite bug in Baldur's Gate 3 was actually in Act 2, long after we turned off any mods. And that bug was where we soft-locked the game. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? It was in the kind of spoilery area, and we were trying to release someone from a cell, and interacting with it essentially soft-locked the game. And we had to really work our way around that, because we were soft-locked, and that was main story quest. We could not progress without letting her out of that stupid thing. So we were stuck. We almost put the game down at that point, because I was having trouble finding a way around that stupid bug. But all of that still pales to the worst bugs, plural, of the year. Now, I know this is a bit of a stretch, but for me, the worst bug of 2023 was in Dawn of War freaking 1. There were actually 3, and all 3 of them were so bad, and I want to stress this for a moment, it was causing me mental issues. First bug, I had to edit my freaking, oh god, I can't think of it all of a sudden. My BIOS. I had to change my BIOS to make the game playable. Not streamable, just to get the game running. Problem number 1. Problem number 2, you'll notice the game's frozen here. It's still playing. The video file is still playing. But if you Alt-Tab, it froze, and if you Alt-Tab for more than a few seconds, it crashed. Hard crashed. So I couldn't... I had to save every time I Alt-Tabbed, because otherwise I would just lose progress. Then there's the third bug. Both of those were bad. See, there's the crash. We're restarting the game now. The third bug, though. The third bug is the one that caused me, and I want to stress that I'm not joking about this, actual mental trauma. And that's the goddamned flicker. What was happening was the game, anytime anything was happening in the game, and I wasn't moving my mouse, the game would flicker periodically. Just bloop, big black flicker. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I got so into the habit of just doing this with my mouse, always, just non-stop, that it literally took me weeks after we finished the review to stop doing this. Like, I was playing WoW and just doing this with the mouse. Screw that game. Best bug of the year. Now, we've had some good bugs over the years, but I gotta admit, I only really came up with one good bug. And it's not actually a bug at all, but I just want to show it. Is that okay? Because the best, not actually a bug of the year of 2023 for me. Need I say more? Anyways, yes, it is Blatable. So best menu or loading screens. Now this is funny because I almost ejected this category, but then I realized there was actually a loading screen that I gave multiple positives for. StarCraft 2. Each one of these loading screens isn't just, you know, cool looking, which it is. This is some phenomenal artwork. But in addition to that, these loading screens tell a story. The story develops over time across these. Like, there's storytelling, there's visuals, there's presentation, it's good. It's so good. It's so freaking good. I feel like I'm understating how good these load screens are, honestly. And I'm there we go. Like there's one almost per mission too. And in many, actually I think there literally is one per mission, and every single one of them isn't just some random splash screen. It's actually what's happening before the mission starts. And then we've got stuff like this, which also counts. Not just the loading screen, but the menu selecting the loading screen. Ignore that loser. Nobody likes him. Like the fact that you could select this and see where the planets are, and see what units you're going to get from it, and get a bit of lore about it, and it's got the visuals in the background. It's just, there's so much good stuff with here. And then just, I have nothing but praise for the loading screens. I know it's kind of glitchy. I apologize for that. I was having issues with this recording. I apologize. But I have nothing but praise for all this stuff. Moving on. So that was, God, where are we? We just did best loading screen. Worst gimmick. So you guys didn't come up with one for this, but for me, well, I came up with several. The worst gimmick, just there were several, but I'm gonna narrow this down because there were two that really rose to the top. There was one that I initially was like, bam, it's that. And that is, of course, the war table in Dragon Age Inquisition. Screw the war table and screw everything about it. It is shocking how much better Dragon Age Inquisition gets as a game the moment you remove the war table from it. By which I mean use the mod that makes it instant. Screw it. I have nothing else to add to that. But that didn't actually win it for me. Anybody who watched my streams not too long ago at this point, about a month ago, knows that there was one gimmick that I kept running into problems with. Now, granted, I had issues because I was emulating, but that doesn't change the fact that the worst gimmick of the year for me, for 2023, is motion controls. Mario Galaxy 2 is a really, really good game. It is a bonkers good game that is absolutely marred by its terrible control scheme. The fact that you have to waggle so constantly and for so many primary gameplay gimmicks, primary mechanics that you use all the time, is nothing less than aggravating. The only reason Mario Galaxy 1 gets a pass here is because we played the Switch version, which got rid of the motion controls, and lo and behold, is a much better game for their absence. Again, the moment you remove a mechanic and the game instantly gets substantially better, that's a bad gimmick. Anyways, so now we scroll up to worst inventory. We did play a lot of RPGs this year. Off the top of my head, there was Dragon Age Origins, didn't have a particularly good inventory system. Dragon Age 2, didn't have a particularly good inventory system. Dragon Age Inquisition, didn't have a particularly good inventory system, but no, you know where I'm going with this. The worst inventory system of the year for 2023 is freaking Baldur's Gate 3. Just look at it. Just look at it. Even people who call this game the second coming of Christ tend to agree, yeah, no, the inventory in this game has issues. Let's just I'm going to pause this for a moment. Just take a look at that for a moment. Just take a look at that. Color distinction isn't where it should be. Icon usage isn't great. There is a sort, kind of, but it's not a full sort. There's a filter, kind of, but not really. There's bags you can use, which don't properly showcase what's in them. Just... I don't know if they'll fix it. Divinity Original Sin also, DOS 2, also has a terrible inventory. But what about best inventory? I almost didn't even do this category. So, but I thought of two games that have good inventory systems. Yeah, okay, never mind. One of them is Diablo 3. I know that's kind of a low-hanging fruit because D3 is a king in gameplay in many ways. But Diablo 3's inventory is actually pretty legit. It's not great, but it's still what I would call good. But it wasn't good enough. And I was thinking to myself, maybe I shouldn't actually give a best inventory until I realized there is a game with a really, really good inventory system. And I can't believe this didn't occur to me immediately because it is, of course, Dragon Quest Builders 2. I spent like 5 minutes just gushing about this system when we streamed it. The sorting, the filtering, the categories, the way that you can quickly and easily put some or all of your inventory back and forth between a chest, which you have access to infinitely and anywhere. The fact that you can still have individual chests with items in them. The fact that you can use those chests to interact with the other inventory. There's so much good to talk about. I'm not going to bore you with it again. Like I said, I already spent like 5 minutes talking about it during the stream. But there is so much good in this inventory system. It's bonkers how well designed it is. And especially since this was originally just on the Switch. It was a console game. So they had to do this kind of inventory design without access to a mouse. This is good stuff. Much praise, much praise. So that brings us to the worst HUD or interface. I thought about this one because we've seen a couple of bad ones this year. Naturally, my first thought was, of course, Kingsfield 4. But then I realized, no, there's even worse. There is truly a terrible interface in this game. And I know I'm going to get some hackles for this, and I don't care because for me, the worst interface or HUD of 2023 is Diablo 1. Now, I should clarify for a second. Interface does not just mean the windows that pop up. There's other aspects of interface design. Controls being one of those. So yeah, a lot of gray, a lot of weird buttons that don't really interact with each other, a lot of not good cross-referencing, not a lot of good controls. The fact that just the whole game just hurts to play. You know? Just... no, I'm actually glad we reviewed Diablo 1, as weird as that sounds. That was a worthwhile review. Which leads us, of course, to the best HUD and interface. That one I had to think about. We've actually played several games which have legitimately good HUD and interface this year. We've played Dragon Quest Builders 2. We played StarCraft 2. And we've played Crusader Kings 3. StarCraft 2 I don't need to explain, right? Tons of great interface design there, and it controls perfectly. Dragon Quest Builders 2, I was just gushing about the inventory, and building in that game is very fluid and very fun. And then, of course, we have Crusader Kings 3, which, despite the labyrinthine amount of information that the game is shooting you in the face with, I just said that, Elker. I gave it to D1. Despite the amount of information that Crusader Kings 3 is shooting in your face, it still does a good job of presenting it all. Big props there. But the one I decided to give it to is Diablo 3. Diablo 3 does a lot right. It is very fluid, very fun, very interesting to play. The controls are tight and smooth, but it also has a ridiculous amount of information all over the place, which is very easy to access from multiple locations, and that's important. The fact that there's so much cross-referencing in this game is fantastic. There are so many ways to figure out what you want to know, where and why and how. D3 is... I've played that character for 127 hours. Oh my god. Ignore that. Ignore that. I unironically adore how this game looks, how this game plays, and how this game gets across every the information in HUD. Yeah, no, I've actually played this on the Switch. It's fantastic. The console and the HUD interface on the Switch is just as good. I haven't played it on the PS3 or PS4 or whatever. Great HUD interface. Blizzard usually tends to kill it in this category, so that's not really a big surprise to me. So now we're finally going to go back to the walkers. Sorry, we've taken a detour to Runner Land. Let's talk about the worst visual design. Now, we were kind of generic about this. It was like graphics in general, or like the design of the visuals, right? Okay, same interface. Awesome. Dawn of War 1 was one of your nominees. Dragon Age Origins was one of your nominees. I'm not sure I agree with that, but I see where you're coming from, right? Dragon Age Origins, I legitimately think to this day that a lot of the people and a lot of the cutscenes still look good in that game. But then there's everything else. Like just the levels, you know, the terrain, just, it's brown. It's really brown. It makes sense when you consider how long that game was in development, because it functionally was being developed for an entire generation earlier. But your guys' pick for the worst visual design of 2023, of course it's Kingsfield 4. Look at it. Look at it. Just look at it for a second. I know some people who have trouble navigating. I've shown this footage to some people who have trouble figuring out where to go because there is so little color distinction, which is something I bang about a lot. There is so little visual distinction. There's so little color usage. There's so little design to the visuals. On every level, too. Like, in Dragon Age Origins, at least I like how the people look, you know, in the cutscenes I just mentioned. Nothing looks good in Kingsfield 4. Nothing. It's awful. It's so awful. And I know I make fun of PS2 games, but that's all in good fun. But if I ever needed to prove one of the reasons why I make fun of PS2 games, it's games like this. Just look at it. Just look at it. Yeah, I was going to say, there are games with great visuals on the PS2. We've played quite a few of them. This is not one of them. Which leads me to worst visual design for the runner. So, I had several options. Now, I know this is going to get some hackles. You know what? I agree with that. Mega Man Legends, unironically, looks better than this game. In fact, I can think of several PS1 games that look better than this. I had several options. I know this is going to get some hackles, but I mentioned Super Mario Brothers 1/Lost Levels, both of which were just kind of, ugh, to me. Like, I know they're classic and iconic, but they don't look good. I don't think the Mario series started looking good visually until Mario 2, my opinion. I also have to give a special nod to Diablo 1 for reasons that we've already kind of covered. The game does not look good, and it's just kind of clay, and it's kind of gluck, and it's hard to see in some cases, and the lighting is terrible. But no, the worst graphics is of course it's Kingsfield 4. Of course it is. Look at it. Look at it. Just, of course it is. What else would I pick? What else is there? This might be one of the worst visuals games I've ever seen. I'm sure that's a hyperbole. I'm sure I could think of worse if I put my mind to it. Yeah, the lighting looks wrong. The freaking animations look wrong. Have you seen the attack swing, which is... Oh, sorry. Actually, yeah, you know what? Yeah, Bubsy 3D is worse than this. Oh, God, this game looks so bad. Oh, my God, screw this game so hard. Anyways. Best visual design. Okay, here we go. Best visual design. So, Walkers, best visual design. You came up with several options here. I'm sorry, Mr. Red. So we have, this is funny, Ori 2 wasn't even nominated for you guys. Luigi's Mansion 3, very good looking game. Wonderful usage of visuals, lighting, and color. Yoshi's Island, very good looking game. Wonderful usage of the Crayola, like the crayon aesthetic. Great animation, very fluid looking. Stray. Actually, I kind of with you. Stray had a very, very distinct look, especially to each of its zones, each of which looked different from the previous ones. Ori and the Blind Forest 1, which very nearly won. I'm curious why Ori 1 is here and not Ori 2, but that's okay. So Ori 1, very, very, very close to winning. Because Ori 1, it's Ori and the Blind Forest. But you know where I'm going with this, because the winner for your guys' best pick for visual design of 2023 is Mario freaking Wonder. I am proud of you for not picking Baldur's Gate 3. What can I say about this game? This game looks good, feels good, plays good, smooth, like just ignore that. Look at the visuals. Look at how much is moving on the screen, and yet it's not distracting. Look at its usage of color and shading to emphasize what it wants you to be looking at any given point in time. Look at how it uses animation to contrast foreground and background. You notice nothing on the foreground, the stuff you can't interact with, is moving. Look at how much of the background, the stuff you can interact with, is moving. Like, there's tiny details of visual excellence in Super Mario Wonders. It's hard to even summarize, and that's before we even get into the animation. The number of details in the animation of this game is legitimately bonkers. Entire people have done entire YouTube videos just discussing how much work has been put into the animations of this game, and there are so many of them too. And yeah, each level is also functionally 2 levels thanks to the Wonder mechanic. Holy crap. Just tons and tons of praise. Which leads me to my best visual design, the Runner. I was really, really torn on this one. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I came up with 14 different options for best visual. This has been a great year for visuals. We had Ori and the Blind Forest. Obvious, right? Shantae 3. That's the Game Boy Advance one, I believe. It's the Pirate's Curse. A very good looking game. Lots of great animations. Excellent sprite work. Excellent brickwork. Fantastic. God of War 5. I was torn on that for a minute, but the problem is there's just too many good animations and too much good work to make God of War 5 look really, really good. But the thing is, you're probably wondering, well, what's the winner? Well, best visual design for 2023 is Yoshi's Island, with amazing animations and fantastic visuals, excellent usage of color. This game looks good today, in my opinion. This game looks legit now. The aesthetic, is awesome, of course, the style. But what's really important is they don't sacrifice the gameplay for that style. It is still distinct. They've got that little black outline thing, which helps with distinction. I know I just said that. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. And you're probably thinking, well, hang on. Is this your best pick? You only said this one. You just mentioned you had like 15 games. Well, I'm taking too long here, apparently. So I had to kind of time all this stuff in advance. Obviously, I'm screwing up my timing here. Because then I picked StarCraft 2, a game that to this very day looks phenomenal. It's the best looking RTS I've ever played. There's like the visual effects are fantastic. The special effects, you know, it has great viscerality. The brickwork is astonishingly good. One of the best brickwork games I've ever played, in fact. Wonderful doodad placement and utilization. Even the individual units have good animations and good movement and have some personality to them. Even just the interface itself actually looks really good. And yeah, the fact that you can look down there and instantly see what unit it is just at a glance, that's harder to do than it sounds. And that's really, 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 really good. But hang on, I'm not done yet. Because then there's Mario Wonder. I feel like I already talked about this. Of course I did, Melkor Blade. I'm glad someone caught that. Look at it. Look at it for a second. Look at the usage of light. Look at the usage of color. Look at how much of the background is actually a 3D rendered object, so you can see it moving as you're pushing through the stage. Look at how they go out of their way to make parts of the other players kind of come in and out of visibility so that they don't get too distracting. Look at how it uses its terrain. Like, did you notice there's 2 separate layers in front of the foreground? Did you even notice that? No judgment, but it's so natural. It's just there to add to the depth of the stage. Did you notice how there's like 7 layers to the background? I have to give credit for Grand Theft Auto 5. Grand Theft Auto 5, even though I know this is a weird one to pick because it's not really an aesthetic thing, but the level of detail, the amount of work and time and effort and visual design that was put in Grand Theft Auto 5 is insane. And yes, this is a 10-year-old game at this point. Look at how good this looks. Look at how much effort was put into the cracks and the grass growing through it. And I remember during this part of the game, I just spent several minutes walking around Franklin's house talking about how much effort and time was spent on doodad design, on brickwork design, on visual presentation. Yeah, this is a freaking city. San Andreas is a freaking city. And you can tell several people... Yeah, remember when we were just walking around Michael's house and I just spent several minutes just discussing Michael's house? All 3 of the primary protagonist houses are great. But then, of course, I have to give credit to Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Ori 2. I've already kind of talked about this. This is one that leans a little bit more on the aesthetic side, but still, the pseudo-painted approach to most of the background elements, the animation of interactable things, the usage of lighting, the usage of color, the way in which the game goes out of its way to constantly have details on every single page of screen, the fact that you can still clearly see types of damage, types of terrain, thanks to things like you can tell those are damaging because of the nature of how they're textured and the color on them. You can tell that's a water spout because of how it's being pushed through the water. This is a very, very, very well designed game visually, and it looks gorgeous and beautiful in addition to being functional. And then I have to give praise to one of the best sprite work games ever made. I have to. I apologize for not great footage for this shot. I was actually having a hard time finding a good shot of footage of Soten. But Soten's sprite work is legitimately some of the best that's ever been done, in my honest opinion. From the animation to the details to the sheer quantity of it, the sheer amount of stuff that's in the background, that's in the enemy design, that's in the item design. There are so many different levels. Yeah, we're still on visual design. The fact that, like, how many of you even noticed that there's like something like 8 or 9 different animation sprites just for the pixie that's following us around right now? Or how about the way that like, look at the design on that zombie knight. He's just some random level 1 mook. And yet look at how much effort was put into making him look that way. And you've got the grass and the trees in the background. You've got the thunderstorms and just, oh my god. The window opening and closing as you're going back down. And then you've got Dragon Quest Builders 2. Now, I know I'm going to get some hackles for this, but this game has brilliant visual design. First of all, it looks good. It looks good. Second of all, it has absolutely fantastic distinction. This is something I keep talking about, but it's something that's so important. Making each color pop, making things visual distinct against each other is something this game absolutely nails. At no point, in any given point in time, are you looking at something and wondering, what's that? Because you can tell immediately. It also, it's very distinct, but it goes out of its way to actually have a cube aesthetic that looks good. And that's harder to do than that sounds. And that's true across multiple levels. Naturally, I would be remiss if I did not also mention Subnautica. Subnautica is... God, what do I even say about the visual of this zone? I had a hard time picking out which zone I wanted to showcase for Subnautica's visuals, because they're all good. They're all good. They do lighting correctly. They do fog correctly. They do color correctly. Each one of them, like, it's that atmosphere we were talking about earlier. They just ooze atmosphere, and they ooze visuals, but they still look pretty, and they're still distinct. As you're going through it, you can tell so much of the visuals is informing how you play through the game and what you're doing, in addition to just generally being pretty. I need to pause to take a drink, pardon me. Of course Diablo 3 is on this list. Of course it is. D3 looks fantastic now. And as a reminder, this is kind of an old game at this point. The details in the background, the doodad usage, the animations are bonkers good. Bonkers. Viscerality. Yeah, exactly. Visceral. You mentioned this earlier, Rhea Girl, and I noticed that. The viscerality of this game is through the roof. The nature of how they do their texturing and the brickwork and the lighting effects and the color effects and the storm and the layers. There's something like 10 layers just this stuff. But the one that's probably going to surprise most people is Diablo 2. This is, to this very day, one of the best examples of brickwork I've ever seen. You remember this sequence? Because we paused here to talk about how insanely good, how much insane amount of effort and work was put into the puddles and into the reflections and into the camp. And there's a tattered banner there. There's birds flying around. There's the freaking sacks of grain. There's pots in the way. They have changed it so that the ground is like 7 different types of ground. And there's chunks of wood over there that are being stacked together to repair the wall. There's a satchel hanging from the tree. The tree itself, each individual branch is actually moving. D2 Remaster looks damned good. This game has been so good for visuals that I literally couldn't pick one. So I picked 10. Okay, now let's get into categories. Yeah, that was the 10 I just talked about. Those are 10 games. Top 10 visuals. They're all really, 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 really good. I couldn't pick amongst them, so I gave it to all of them. We're going to stick with me for a minute. Worst strategy game. There were only a few, but I felt like there were a few that deserve mention. Of course, first of all, is Chaos Gate Demon Hunter. A game that I wanted to enjoy desperately and absolutely did not, which had pretty much the exact same problem that another game had, which is XCOM 2. I know that's shocking, but both games just get so sloggy and so boring and so grindy once you get to the late game. It just made me want to stop playing both of them. But neither of them won. For me, the worst strategy game of 2023 is Soulstorm. Just Soulstorm. If you know, you know. We actually discussed this during the stream in more detail. There's so much wrong with this game. There's so much wrong with this game. This specific expansion. Now, I know what you're thinking, but all the good mods. Yeah, that does nothing to do with the game itself. The base game of Soulstorm is full of witchcraft, heresy, and mutation. best strategy game. This is a fun one. So this is, again, my picks. I have to give special shout outs to Dark Crusade. Dark Crusade was actually really good. Like, if you remember, despite all the bugs, despite all the frustration, Dark Crusade was legit. I liked Dark Crusade. I liked its campaign. I liked its permanence. I liked the way it did its unit design. I loved the lead up to it. Dark Crusade was great, but no, you know what the best strategy game of 2023 was. Of course it's StarCraft 2. Of course it's StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 is the best game I've ever reviewed, period. Of course this is the best strategy game ever. Now, I do want to jump in here for just a second. Yeah, no, the contest was for number 2. We all knew that. But I do got to jump in and mention something. Strategy is such a gigantic overcategory. It's a huge umbrella, like RPG. And I feel like in another year this would be a more interesting category. It's just, what do you want from me? StarCraft 2 is over 10 years old, I believe, at this point now. That feels right. 2012, I want to say, is when Wings of Liberty came out. Check me on that. I'm going off of memory. Great game. Moving on. 2010. Oh my god. Anyways, so now let's have worst platformer. So, worst platformer. This is, again, just me. Lorerunner worst platformer. We only had a couple that I really didn't like. And I am going to put Lost Levels as one of them because screw Lost Levels. But once again, this was a gimme. Worst platformer of 2023 is me recording the wrong footage. That's actually funny. Look, this was a thing to throw together. This isn't it. This is not Lost. I mean, this is Lost Levels. No, the actual... I just screwed up. I just straight up screwed up. It's Shantae 1. It's the Game Boy game. God, it's so bad. The very experience of playing Shantae 1 was painful. It was painful. It was aggravating. I'm losing all levity from my tone because I just want to stress, I hated that game. Let's talk about some good stuff. Lorewalkers, best platformer. We played a lot of platformers this year. So surely, we've got some good platformers. So, you guys voted in no particular order, or rather from worst to best. Shantae 3, which is Pirate's Curse, I believe. Again, I'm not 100% sure. Thank you very much, Narset. Always appreciate. Yoshi's Island, very, very good pick. One of the best Mario games ever, in my opinion. Mario Galaxy 1, another very, very good pick, especially with the Switch version. Shovel Knight. Yeah, some people tend to forget. We actually played Shovel Knight this year, and yeah, Shovel Knight is a very, very, very good platform. Ori and the Blind Forest 2, which got the number 2 slot, so that's actually awesome. Unfortunately, just like with StarCraft 2, this was always a fight for second place, because the best platformer for the Walkers for 2023 is freaking Mario Wonder. Of course it is. The fact that this is my second highest rated game of all time really says all I think it needs to. It is, once again, kind of hard to properly emphasize just how good this game is. If you haven't sat down and played it, and you're not into platformers, obviously you have to be into platformers, but it's hard to really emphasize how crazy good this game is if you haven't actually sat down and played it. Which means now I need to pick my best platformer. So, you know what it is. But let's ignore that for a second. Let's ignore the number 1 slot, and let's think about the number 2 slot for a second. Because we had a lot of good platformers this year. We played Shovel Knight. We played Symphony of the Night. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. We played Curse of the Moon, the first Bloodstained game. We played Ori Ori 2, Ori and the Will of the Wisps. We played Mario Galaxy 1. We played Mario Galaxy 2. We played Mario 3D World, and we played Yoshi's Island. Of that list, if I had to pick a number 2 slot, I mean, technically I could just check my own review rating, but from like a knee-jerk feeling on that one, that's actually really hard to do because all of those are very good games and very good platformers. But I think I would probably lean a little bit more. Yeah, this is my This is my footage, and it took forever to set all this up. That's another reason the Long Dark took a little bit, was because this took like a week. I only screwed up once. I'll take that. But if I had to pick one, I'm probably going to go ahead and go with Shovel Knight. I hate to say that, because like Ori 2 is just so good. But, and 3D World is so good, and Yoshi's Island is so good, but Shovel Knight is Shovel Knight, you know what I mean? It's also kind of cheating, because it's multiple games in a row. So it kind of cheats that a little bit. But the actual best runner game for platform of 2023 is, of course, it's Mario Wonder. What else would it be? Look at this. Just look at this. This is so good. I don't even know what to add to this game. This is such a good game. I really, if you're into platformers, and I do gotta stress that, I really highly, highly recommend picking this game up and playing it. Some of you even remember the stage I was playing, and I of course I had to pick this footage for it. Because holy crap. There's so much creativity on display. There's so much detail. There's so many gimmicks. There's so much cool stuff. It's kind of crazy. And no, I was not expecting Wonder to be this good when I picked it up. I knew that everyone was like, oh, it's going to beat Odyssey. And I was like, there's no way it's going to beat Odyssey. And we'll see if it beats Odyssey someday. But I think it is at least in punching range. And yeah, the GDQ run, which is in just a couple weeks, actually, of Wonder, that's going to be fun. So next up is Worst RPG. Still Runner. So, on the one hand, we have Dragon Age Inquisition. Now, hold on for a second. By the numbers, Dragon Age Inquisition scored the worst of the RPGs I played this year. But I couldn't, in good conscience, give the award to that. Because there's just too much good stuff in Inquisition, right? The gameplay absolutely drags it down, and I stand by that. But at the same time, there's just too much. Yeah, it feels wrong, right? It feels wrong to give what is generally a good game for that. In fact, we pretty much have one of our best examples of Sunshine Syndrome when it comes to Dragon Age Inquisition. So instead, I gave the worst RPG of 2023 I stand by this. I stand by this completely. I hate this game. I'm not going to repeat. I've already talked about D1. Just moving on. Yeah, RPG is like a strategy. It's a huge umbrella genre. There's so many games that qualify as RPGs of so many different types of things. Just look at that movement speed. Just look at that movement speed. Oh, God. Yeah, I actually agree with Melkor Blade. Diablo 1 is legitimately enjoyable at first, and it slowly gets worse over time. I wouldn't call Kingsfield 4 an RPG. It really is more of a Souls-like. So, it's its own thing. But anyways. Which brings us to Best RPG. So, your guys' pick for Best RPG, you know what it's going to be. But let's talk up the options here. So, Diablo 3 came in 4th. Dragon Quest Builders 2 came in 3rd. Dragon Age Origins came in 2nd. And then with 6 times the votes, 6 times, of course you voted for Baldur's Gate 3. Of course you were always going to vote for this. Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't agree, but I get you. I get you. As much as I complain about this game, to be very clear, I still reviewed this game very well. And I stand by that. This is a good freaking RPG. And it deserves the slot that it gets. There was a lot of love, a lot of passion, a lot of bugs. And this is a damned good RPG. And so, yeah, I'm with you. No argument. Although, of course, that leads to the Runner Best Games, Best RPG. So, obviously, I did actually mention Baldur's Gate 3. You know, Baldur's Gate 3 was absolutely something that that I think is one of the best RPGs this year. And I also really thought about it. Because the problem is, it's EVE Online. But the problem is, if Diablo 1 is an RPG, then so is Diablo 3. I know this is going to get some hackles, and I don't care. Because it is an RPG. Again, big umbrella genre. And it is a freaking good game. The MSQ is stupid when going through vanilla, but it still has really, really good story moments. It's very Blizzard, right? The MSQ is almost always dumb. And then, like, the rest of the story, like the side stuff, is legit. And then we get the expansion, which is fantastic on the story axis. And all of that is being dwarfed by one of the best gameplay scores I've given, and the best gameplay score I've ever given an RPG. This is the best MSQ for Blizzard, StarCraft 1 vanilla. Actually, yeah, BRPGs have the exact same problem that Blizzard has. The main story quest is almost always blech, and yet the side stuff is usually pretty good. I don't know what else to add to this. D3 is a fantastic game. By the way, I was debating Dragon Age Origins as the number 2 slot. So, most unexpectedly bad game. This was an interesting one, because we had a lot of categories for this year. There were a lot of games this year that we were expecting to be good and weren't. Your guys' pick, obviously. So first, The Last Guardian? I'm not sure I agree with that, but whatever. Dragon Age Inquisition. Yeah. Again, I get it. There's some really legit... Even I agree. There's some legitimately good stuff in Inquisition. But, man. XCOM 2 took the number 3 slot. And again, yeah, that was weird. I was expecting to love that game. The number 2 slot was Spiritfarer, which was a game I was looking forward to. Which means the most unexpectedly bad game for the Walkers for 2023 was Subnautica Below Zero. Whoops, it didn't... Shoot, hang on. There we go. Sorry. Was Subnautica Below Zero. This was weird. It was bizarre how bad this game is. And let's be clear, this is a bad game. Like, it's off. And yet it's just lacking so many of the details that made Subnautica 1 so good. It doesn't have the manually sculpted level. It doesn't have the layout. It doesn't have the level design. It doesn't have the backtracking. It doesn't have the loneliness. It doesn't have the atmosphere. It doesn't have anything. It added a couple of new neat features, but it just fumbled everywhere. Well, the goal, ISE, was just a game you expected to be good, and then wasn't. That's the intent. Thank you, Ben Smack. Love this. No, I'm in the same boat as you, Friscoborn. XCOM 2 was a game I thought I would love, and then I didn't. It's disappointing, you know? It's worse than it being a bad game in several ways. But that brings me, of course, to the Lorerunner, most unexpectedly bad game. So I had several. Obviously, Baldur's Gate 3. I'm joking. I had several, but I narrowed it down to a couple. So first of all, Chaos Gate Demon Hunter. For those of you who don't remember, that was a game I was actually looking forward to. And a Warhammer 40k XCOM style game sounds awesome. And it wasn't. And that was sad. Spiritfarer. For those of you who don't remember, I was legitimately hyped for Spiritfarer until I played it. And I hate that game. Bloodstained. I have been waiting on playing Bloodstained for literal years. It's been funded since before we had the current funding system. And I really wanted to dig into it. And I loved Curse of the Moon. And I love Castlevania games. And I love platformers. And it was just there. It was just whatever. But my most unexpectedly bad game of 2023 was XCOM freaking 2. This shocked me. I don't know what else to say about this. We talked about this during the stream. I was expecting this to crush it. I was expecting this to be one of the higher scoring games of the year. And then we actually played it. And like, man, it just, I wanted to love this game. It does so many things right. But in hindsight, it makes so much sense why I liked it the last time. Because last time, first of all, we used a bunch of mods. And those mods and the little quality of life features they added, that really changed the gameplay in a big way. And second of all, it is too long and too boring at a certain point. We need to review XCOM Enemy Unknown at some point, because I've never played that without mods. It's such a damn shame. That's why this is the most unexpectedly bad game. It was just like, what? There are several games I would give a lamentation this year. Kingsfield 4, of course. Shantae 1. Hang on, let me scroll up because I actually got a list. Spiritfarer, I would give lamentation. And Chaos Gate Demon Hunter, I would give lamentation. But anyways. So, and people make it longer. Oh my god, you're right. So, scrolling back down, where were we? So, most unexpectedly good game. Interestingly, you guys couldn't come up with a category for that. So I'll have to go with my own picks. There were several games this year that surprised me by how good they were. I'm going to go ahead and mention, I know this is going to, people are going to look at me weird, The Misadventures of Trombone, or Trombone, or how are you supposed to say that? I know that's a weird one because it didn't review very well, and yet it was much better than I was expecting. I actually unironically enjoyed several aspects of that game, and when I looked back on it and was rewatching my footage, I had fond memories of it. So, yeah, unexpectedly good. I will also mention Firewatch, a game I didn't even really know what it was until I sat down and played it, and despite being as relatively simple and short as it is, Firewatch was actually a pretty good game. But my most unexpectedly good game of this year is one that I imagine several of you didn't even see, because it was only like one stream, but I've played through it twice because I've also played through it with my niece, and that would be A Short Hike. This is a weirdly good game. It's kind of a puzzle platformer. I'd say it's mostly narrative focused, but that's kind of a lie. There's actually a lot of gameplay to this. There's a progression mechanic. You're always trying to get higher. There's abilities and upgrades you get that make that better. And there's like little side quests you do. And there's good camera design, and there's good platforming, and there's like a glide mechanic. Now, like I said, I imagine, because it was such a short stream, I imagine several of you completely missed it. But again, weirdly good game. Of all the things I was expecting out of this year, seeing some random indie platformer where you play as a penguin who's trying to climb a mountain was not something I was expecting. It is called A Good Hike. Or A Short Hike, sorry. It's called A Short Hike. It's available on most platforms. And yeah, it's a very, very good bite-sized experience. I highly recommend it. There's that glide mechanic. Boop. How long is the game? Like 3 hours. No, we're not there yet, Judo. That'll be Sunday. So, most justified Cheatflag. This was a late entry. Several people suggested this. Or no, when I say several people agreed with this. I believe Savacom actually suggested this particular one. I don't even remember where... hang on, I gotta find something. You gotta give me a second because it's being weird. Whatever. There were several suggestions for this one, and I'm having trouble finding them. But your guys' votes. Hang on. Lorewalkers, most justified Cheatflag for 2023. I apologize for the issues I'm having. Is Kingsfield 4. Of course it's Kingsfield 4. What else would it be? We cheated 45 minutes into this game. 45 minutes! That is a record, by the way. We'll break this record this coming year, but we have never pulled the cheat flag that early in a game. It was just... And then Mr. Ed got mad at me. I'll never forget this. He got angry because I wanted to skip essentially half the game. And then I felt so bad as I was doing it, because Mr. Ed was so unhappy about that I decided to go ahead and not skip half the game. And then I played like another however many hours of the game, just getting back to that stupid point. Screw this game so hard. All right. Anyway, so Lorerunners. Most justified cheat flag. We actually didn't cheat that many times this year. In fact, when I put up the poll for it, for the most cheated, I just listed every game we cheated in, which it was like 5 or 6, something like that. But it wasn't that many. It was not that many. But of all the options, it was Kingsfield 4. Of course it's Kingsfield 4. This game, 45 minutes. 45 minutes. What else do I need to add to that? Of course this is the most justified cheat flag. Screw this game. Screw this game. Ugh. Screw this. Where is it? Where is it? It's like right here. It's right here. You see this? This is Kingsfield 4. I'm tempted to take a hammer to this and break the CD because of my vitriolic hatred of this game. Screw this stupid game. Ah! Most frustrating game to play or stream. So this is a me-only category, obviously. So what was the most frustrating game to play for me this year? This was actually a tough one because there were several picks that just dragged on me. Now, I know this is going to really piss some people off, but one of them was Dragon Age Inquisition. Now, you could say that's my fault, and there's a degree of validity to that because, you know, I insisted on doing my usual review process, and I stand by that. Even to this very day, I stand by that. But I was so done with that game. I'm glad we did it the way we did it. You know, we got all the crap out of the way, and then we could just focus on the MSQ. Because, God, my mood improved so much the moment we just started shifting to just focusing on MSQ. But holy crap. But then we have Spiritfarer. Spiritfarer was long, and in the worst possible way. It was just this never-ending tide of slog. And it was not fun, and it was not interesting, and I did pull the cheat flag on that one, and that still took forever. It was like a 30-hour game with cheats, and it wouldn't end. Then there's 30 hours. Think about that for a second, with how little gameplay that game has. Then there was Shantae 1, the Game Boy one. Shantae 1 is hard to explain how frustrating it was to play. I know I tend to come down hard on the Game Boy, but let me be clear. The reason I tend to is because of the bad Game Boy games like Shantae 1. Imagine jumping and making a blind leap because the camera is so zoomed in you can't see where you're trying to land. And enemies can spawn on you, like literally on your face, no possibility of dodging them. And that's with terrible platforming and terrible level design. And then there was an interesting one. Total War Warhammer 3. Now, hang on. I know what you're thinking, because that is a good game, and I did score it well. But this is the most frustrating games to play and stream. And it took me hours and hours to understand why I wasn't enjoying it. And that was the frustrating part. I'm going through this game, and I'm like, I can objectively tell this is a good game, but I wasn't enjoying it. And it took me so long to really process why I wasn't enjoying Warhammer 3. But all of those pale in comparison to Dawn of War 1. Now, I believe, if I got the footage correctly, yep, I got some of the flicker. There is that god-damned flicker. Imagine that every few seconds, this is not a short game, too. For days, we were playing Dawn of War 1. And just flicker, and crashes, and the freaking BIOS thing, I just... Yeah, seconds. Literal seconds in between flickers. Most enjoyable game to stream. Again, this is a me category. This is actually a tough one. Because I had a lot of fun streaming this year. There was Yoshi's Island, which was awesome. I don't remember ISE. Go watch the VOD. I talk about it there. So there's Yoshi's Island. Lots of fun. One of the best platformers I've ever played. There's Super Mario 3D World, excuse me. Great game. Still stands up to this very fantastic co-op. There's New Super Mario Bros. U. Great game. Stands up to this day. Fantastic co-op. And there's Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Ori 2. Yes, I just realized I just listed nothing but platformers. It's okay, because there's actually 3 games that were the most enjoyable to play. I couldn't pick amongst the 3. So the top 3 games to stream for me this year. This was like joy being pumped into my veins. I don't know what else to say about that. It was... I was grinning. I was grinning the entire time. I was having fun. I was being challenged. The visuals were great. The story axis was weirdly good. I couldn't stop having fun with it. But it's okay, because it's not just platformers, I swear. Because I also really, really loved playing Diablo 3. Diablo 3 is just so much fun to play. And going through it felt so smooth and so... It clicked. I don't know how to describe that. When I'm streaming a game, there's like a gradient of quality for me while I'm streaming it. And over on the far end, you have like it feels like someone's just running a cheese grater down my face. And on the other hand, it feels like, I don't know, kittens are snuggling up against me. And Diablo 3 and StarCraft 2 are both kitten games. It's just so much fun to play, and I never got bored of it. And both D3 and StarCraft 2 are long games, by the way. I never got bored once. I never once got tired of playing these games, and they were both bright spots of joy in what was honestly a really crappy year for me. This whole year has sucked. So these were wonderful bits of positivity that I needed. Oh, man. Loved it. Loved it. So, now we move on to some interesting categories. So this is a category for you guys only. Most inclined to buy. The game you are most likely to buy because of the stream. This is always valuable feedback for me, because it also does a good job of indicating to me what you value. Because let me explain this for a second. Because we can stream a game when it launches, and we can stream a game when it's done. And you know what I mean by that, right? And if we stream a game when it's done, it's more accurate. It gives a better picture of what the game actually is eventually and where it sits like historically. But if we stream a game when it comes out, we could give you an idea of, is it worth buying, now? This is feedback we've given several times over the years. I have rather famously said that Cyberpunk is worth picking up a little over a year later. And I stand by that. Cyberpunk now is a much better game than it was at launch. So there's a value in doing that. The downside is, of course, Cyberpunk is now not a particularly well-reviewed game because of the fact that we reviewed it at launch, right? You get the idea. Diablo 3 qualifies for this as well. The Diablo 3 we reviewed was the Diablo 3 after like 10 years of support and updates and patches and content. D3 at launch? So you see the difference. So this is valuable feedback to me. So, game that you were most inclined to buy because of the stream. In last place is Total War Warhammer 3. Little surprised by that, but I'm with it. From what I understand, yes, Frisco, but I haven't actually played the new version yet. Crusader Kings 3? Absolutely, I agree with that. That's a damn good game and worth picking up. Subnautica. Yes. God, pick up Subnautica. Shovel Knight. Again, yes, pick up Shovel Knight. God of War 5. I'm a little surprised by that one, but several people picked that one. Quite a few people, like over half of the votes, went to StarCraft 2. And to be perfectly frank, I'm glad I did my job on that one, because StarCraft 2 is the best RTS ever made. And that's just what that is. I absolutely recommend it. By the way, you can do all of the co-op and all of the custom campaign stuff without even paying for it. That's all free as part of the trial. Anyways, in the number 2 slot, very, very close. This is a close vote. In the number 2 slot, Super Mario Wonder. Yeah, that absolutely tracks. Once again, I cannot gush enough about it. If you have access to a Switch, if you enjoy platformers, buy Mario Wonder. Now, the reason I mentioned that whole thing earlier about playing a game at launch, and this is interesting because your biggest pick for most inclined to buy because of my stream is Baldur's Gate 3. This is fascinating to me because I rated this game quite highly, but I had issues with it and I was really tired of it by the end, and we just kept stumbling into bugs the whole time through. Bugs, issues, flaws, and yet you still wanted to pick it up because of the stream. And honestly, that says a lot. That says a lot. And this kind of codifies for me that I want to go ahead and keep reviewing games when they come out, instead of building in like a system where it's like, let's go ahead and wait until it's done, kind of a thing. I'm cool with that. Baldur's Gate 3 has some good hooks. It has some great stuff. And this, yeah, speaking as someone who doesn't think of this game as the second coming of Christ, this is still a damn good game. It's still scored, with all my issues with it, in the 200 plus range, which is huge, especially with the new math. So, yeah, absolutely. Technically, I have a gimme here, because I just realized. So, and I recorded the footage for it, so I might as well. Most inclined game to buy because of the stream. That doesn't really apply to me, but it applied last year because of a technicality, and it applies this year because of a technicality. And that would be a short hike. Now, you're probably wondering, okay, what's the technicality? Any game that I buy more than once usually tends to get that for me. A game that I am inclined to pick up a second time. I bought this for my niece, and she sat and she played all the way through it with me, and that was worth it, and that was awesome. Don't have much else to add to that, but a short hike is it's a weirdly good game. I really recommend it. It's on like everything too. Like I'm pretty sure I played it on the Switch, but I'm pretty sure you can just get this anywhere. It's just a short, simple, fun little game. Surprisingly good. Plug. Anyways, so next we have best new meme or concept. So let's pick your guys' first. So this was intended to be like a big category, because we don't want to have 50,000 categories. So best new meme, best new Loreum, or best new concept. So in last place is your such and such is over, which is funny because we haven't even reviewed that game yet from World of Warcraft. Then we have the establisher concept. The establisher is the first thing that really is the first thing of that thing. Big, that I know that's super specific, but let me use an example of that. Final Fantasy IV is the establisher of the Final Fantasy series. Devil May Cry 3 is the establisher of the Devil May Cry series. Mega Man 2 is the establisher of the Mega Man series. You get it? Link to the Past is the establisher of the Zelda series. Mario 3 is the actually 4, excuse me, is the establisher. It's the first work, because this applies to movies and shows as well. Season 3 of TNG, right? Empire Strikes Back. It's the first iteration of a franchise that is truly indicative of what that franchise is. The first time it truly found itself. Dragon Quest III is another example of this. There's a lot of examples of this because it's almost never one. It's almost never the first thing, right? It's almost always something later. So that's your establisher. This was a meme. Bragwin, I already told this story. Bragwin swearing her love to me right before dying out of spite. Yeah, Super Metroid for Metroid series. Then this was from Ace Combat 5, I believe, which is for peace! Peace! We will kill these people for peace! Die for peace! And then there was Sunshine Syndrome. I'm going to talk about that more in a minute. And then there was, yeah! If you get it, you get it. But the actual winner for best new meme of 2023 for the Walkers is "We're done." And I get why, because I can't stop saying this, even in just friendly conversations. Like, I've been chatting with friends, and something comes up, and I'll be like, "We're done," in the middle of the conversation. It's too memeable. It's too memeable. I love StarCraft 2 to death. It's my best reviewed game of all time. This scene is so stupid. This scene is so stupid. We're done. Anyways. Oh, they totally do, I see. Yes, I have done we're done with my niece, and she looked at me weird and I had to explain. But for me, best new meme Loreunner concept. This is actually an easy one, because while we're done is good and establisher is good, I said I'd talk about it in a minute. Sunshine Syndrome. This is such an applicable Loreunner. I cannot believe that I haven't codified this until this year. Sunshine Syndrome so perfectly encapsulates so many games. It also, I like the alliteration, Sunshine Syndrome. It refers to a game in which there's a certain point in the game. It varies where it is. It's usually, at a certain point, like midway-ish, where, Underthought was another great one, where it's better to just put the game down at that point, right? Neverwinter Nights 1, after Act 1. Dragon Age Inquisition with all the optional stuff. Final Fantasy 12, the moment you go to Guru Vagan. Game of Thrones after Season 3. Diablo, Dragon Age 2, after Act 2. Absolutely. It's the point at which the game, you need to just put the game down. Because everything after that is either isn't worth it or is actively bad. And a lot of games, like I'm actually struggling because there's so many games that have this problem. The Calm Lens in Final Fantasy 10. Absolutely. Honestly, a lot of FF games have a Sunshine Syndrome moment. This applies to movies and games and shows. It's so common because it's one of the reasons I'm so harsh about outros, because it's so hard to nail an outro. But in some cases, it's early. And the reason we called it Sunshine Syndrome is Mario Sunshine is a legitimately good game until you get to about World 3 or 4. And then it's like, you should put the game down because it's all downhill from there. And that's the important part. That's what really codifies the meme. It's not just that the game gets worse at a certain point. It's that the game was good and then it gets worse. That's the important part. That you were enjoying yourself, that you were liking the show, that you were going with the movie. And then, exactly. And then you just hit a wall of quality and it just goes... That's Sunshine Syndrome. And that... Is there a Loreunner for the opposite? A game that suddenly gets good? Final Fantasy Mystic Quest effect. Which is kind of a name in we're still workshopping it. I might just call it Mystic Quest effect. That actually sounds better now I'm saying that aloud. A game that's like, ugh. But then it hits a point and the game just suddenly finds itself. Movies and shows also apply here, obviously. Actually name an example of that. How many of you seen Scott Pilgrim the movie? Scott Pilgrim the movie, in my opinion, is a legitimately bad film until a certain point at which it just suddenly becomes awesome and never stops being awesome the rest of the film. That's Mystic Quest effect right there. That's some good stuff. Anyways, sorry. So, next thing on the list is game you've it's always hard to phrase this one. So for Lorewalkers, most unknown until streamed game. FF14 is another Mystic Quest effect. What I mean by that is the game you've heard of the least until we streamed it. You picked a lot of things. Ori and the Blind Forest is on that list. Kingsfield 4, Firewatch, Helltaker. Do you remember we even played that this year? Thomas Was Alone. That was a fun one. Spiritfarer. But your guys' pick for most unknown game until we streamed it, and this actually amuses me, is The Misadventures of Tron Bonne. I kind of get this. It's a PS1 Gaiden game to a series that most people aren't even aware of, to a franchise that isn't that mainstream. So it's kind of an off-branch of an off-branch from 25 years ago, excuse me. But still, this one a little bit surprised me. Apparently you guys have just never even heard of this game. Quite a few people picked this one, like a lot. It is niche. It's very niche. Now for me, the most unknown game This is kind of trickier because usually I vet games before we play them. But every now and again, there's a game that we've come into, and I'm like, I don't even know what genre this is. And for me, this year, there was only one game that qualified. Thomas Was Alone. I didn't even know what this was until we got into it. And it was certainly a thing. A game that I probably would have enjoyed if not for an extraordinarily unique bug we had, where every song that played for every level played alongside every other song that played for every level. So, yeah, no, and by the way, restarting the game didn't fix the bug. So, like, Stage 1's music plays on Stage 1. On Stage 2, Stage 1 and Stage 2's music plays. And then on Stage 3, Stage 1, 2, and 3's music plays, etc. And it just kept stacking. Now, I didn't even notice at first, because I'm really good at hearing multiple things at once. But, like, people in chat, like Loreunner specifically was the first one to actually say something. She was like, hey. And I'm like, what? Is there multiple music playing? And we actually had to eventually go look up the soundtrack of the game because I thought it was on purpose. Yeah, we thought it was intentional. It was like the cacophony of what was happening. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. No. It was just a bug. Anyways, sorry. Moving on. So, worst cutscene or moment for the Walkers. Several options here. Now, you cheated a little bit, I'm going to be honest with you guys, but you picked the Kaldor versus Mortarion fight in Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. That's... If you know, you know, but I'm with you. That is such a lore-breaking nonsense moment. You also picked the outro, basically the epilogue for StarCraft 2. Not Nova, the epilogue for Legacy of the Void. You also picked the betrayal scene in Dragon's Dogma. Yeah. And then two games came really close, like just a couple of votes away from each other. So in the number 2 slot was Kingsfield 4, the entire outro, mostly just the ending. But then, your guys' pick for worst cutscene or moment of 2023 is the entirety of Act 3 from Dragon Age 2. A cavalcade of nonsense and stupidity that is shockingly bad considering how good Dragon Age 2 was up until Act 3. Like, I specifically chose that cutscene you just saw here. I'm going to rewind that so you can watch that again. That is a woman impaling herself with a staff to cast blood magic. Just, there's a reason I picked this scene. Oh, she also just killed a major character, basically off camera. And yeah, once again, Sunshine Syndrome. Oh my god. Yes, it is CyberXL. You were quite correct. Oh god. Oh god. Dragon Age 2. It's no wonder I remember this game so fondly. Act 1 and 2 are actually quite good. And just this whole quest, a lot of just Moving into my worst cutscene or moment. There were a lot. So first of all, we have the scene we just watched, Thrask's final cutscene in Dragon Age 2. We have Meryl's final quest in Dragon Age 2. We have Isabella's final quest in Dragon Age 2. We have the Chantry cutscene in Dragon Age 2. We have the esteemed Orlesian general not valuing spy data in Dragon Age 2. But for me, the actual worst cutscene and moment in 2023 is Orsino. This is technically a spoiler, and I do not care. This plays no matter which side you pick. And he just talks about, like, it's just... This makes no sense on any level. It's for an unnecessary bad boss fight. And it's so lore-breakingly stupid. No, nothing's gonna beat Starchild. And it had to be a harvester. Oh my god. Okay, just whatever. Let's get that off the screen. Yeah, this is why you cheated. That's why I kind of let it go. Best cutscene. This is a tough one. There was a lot of good cutscenes this year. So Walker's best cutscene. The nukes scene in Ace Combat 0. The entirety of the outro in Dragon Quest Builders 2. The entirety of the outro in Trespasser for Dragon Age Inquisition. Shepard's final speech in Modern Warfare 2. These are in order, escalating. A lot of people voted for a lot of these. The entire outro in Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Ori 2. The song after the Haven sequence in Dragon Age Inquisition. Hello, Nazirek. I know I just pronounced it horribly. I apologize. The entire outro, the last mission in Modern Warfare 1. The entire Loss of Shakura scene in StarCraft 2. The scene where you refuse the Dark Urge in Baldur's Gate 3. Probably the reason people voted for that in Whatchafig. And Freeing the Night Song. Wait, hang on. Yes, Freeing the Night Song in Baldur's Gate 3. Which only failed to win by 1 vote. Because the winner for Best Cutscene for 2023 for you guys, for the Lorewalkers, is me hitting the wrong button. It's the best cutscene. I love that. I just did it again. What the crap? Oh, I see what happened. Is this scene. This scene is a masterclass. It's hard to properly emphasize, without spoiling, without going into detail, how crazy good this scene is. This is perfect pacing, perfect escalation, perfect characterization, wonderful blocking, wonderful camera usage, great voice acting. The animation, the motion capture is perfect. Even the music and presentation of the audio of this scene is phenomenal. And you're probably wondering why. This is just Michael yelling at his wife. And then, like, Fabian shows up. And then, like, Jimmy enters the scene. And then just, oh, God, it's so good. It's hard to, like I said, this is a scene we could go through play by play and really emphasize how good this scene is. Because this whole scene is already good, but what really throws it into the great category for me, what really turns it to the top, is the moment Trevor shows up. And the atmosphere, the body language, the tone. Notice, I've always loved pointing this out, Michael actually walks up and gets in front of Jimmy, protectively. This is a great scene. Oh, I love this. I love this scene so much. Great framing, great camera work. Fantastic stuff. My best cutscene. This was hard. There were so many good cutscenes this year. So, we have the Heart of the Swarm, the opening sequence for StarCraft II Heart of the Swarm. We have the Battle of Denerim from Dragon Age Origins. We have most of Tychus' scenes in StarCraft II Wings of Liberty. But there were 3 scenes, and this is another one where I couldn't pick one. So I picked 3. So my 3 top cutscenes of 2023. Now, I'm not showing them because they're all spoilers. But the creation of Dropnir in God of War 5. The build-up, the significance, the foreshadowing, the payoff, the voice acting. It was such a good character moment. And Kratos asking him to bless it very sincerely. Great scene. And it even sets up moments for later in the game. I like to call certain scenes in games apex scenes. It's a bad word because fulcrum would be a better word, but whatever. It's a scene that much of the rest of the game hinges around, right? It's usually built up to, but then there's also a payoff from it later. That was an apex scene. But then, I have to mention the entire beginning, the entire opening sequence sorry, not the opening sequence. The scene I just showed, sorry. The scene I just showed. I don't know why I decided to take different footage of it. Not the prologue. It's actually the Trevor scene I just showed. I captured the footage of this out of order. That's the difference. So the Trevor first shows up at Michael's house scene in GTA 5, the scene I was just gushing about for your guys' pick. And the third pick, and once again, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a no spoilers cutscene. Maybe, I'm not sure. We'll see what I pick for this. We'll give it a second here to actually show up. Yep, I didn't actually show it, of course. Modern Warfare 2, the emergency broadcast system. That is a near perfect sequence of events. The variance in the fact that there's no opening briefing and there's no... Yes? The build up to it, there's no mission briefing, right? There's no mission briefing. There's just a bunch of people, ridiculous detail in doodads and presentation in the area, and you get little tidbits of what's going on, and there's no music, and then suddenly you turn around and you look up, and you see that, and it's like, oh. And as you leave out, the music finally picks up, and that's when the mission finally shows up. That's when the mission thing finally shows up, and it's just like, oh, God, that's such a good scene. Modern Warfare 2 is such a freaking good game. In a year of less giants, Modern Warfare 2 might have run away with it this year because that's such a good game. Worst character overall. So your guys' vote for worst character, Lorewalkers. I'm kind of in a hurry now because we'll see how this works. Solus for Dragon Age Inquisition got the least number of votes. The cat, see you around, Sean. The cat from Stray. I mean, I'm actually kind of with you on that. I know that sounds harsh, but let's be honest with ourselves. The cat was a non-character. That was part of the problem I had with Stray. The Traitor in Dawn of War 2. That one just keeps coming up. Will from Baldur's Gate 3. A lot of people bash on Will. I've noticed that. I still personally think that Gale is actually worse than Will, my opinion. But get Will. Meredith from Dragon Age 2. Don't agree with that one. I think, I'm curious why people put her as the worst character. And I think this is getting into definitions, actually. Like, maybe you mean she's the most evil, or maybe she's just the character. Like, I was thinking the worst made character, like the character that has the worst writing and the worst presentation, you know, worst acting. Basically, the opposite of the best character, right? Anyways. Trevor! Trevor was the second pick for worst character. And again, I think we're getting into definitions here. Because he is the worst person, probably the most evil character of what we've covered today. But the worst character? Like the worst written? Worst presented? Worst acted? Worst animated? What? Nah. But that, of course, leads us to the actual winner for the Lorewalkers of 2023. Worst character is Amon. Of course it's Amon. It's Amon. And I'm with you on this one. Amon is, again, just such a nothing burger. He is such a bad character. He is such a bad villain. And he's so not nobody nothing. And that's the problem. So Amon wins worst character of 2023. But then we have to have my pick. So for me, I had several this year. First of all, Pixie from Ace Combat Zero. I really honestly think that Pixie is a badly designed character. I think they wanted to do multiple things with him, and they did all of them at the same time. And it's just weird. I also, of course, mentioned Sebastian, because of course I do, from Dragon Age 2. I also mentioned Gale from Baldur's Gate 3. I already made my complaint there clear. And I almost gave it to this one, but I changed my mind at the last second. Because there's also Robin from Subnautica Below Zero. In addition to the fact that she talks too much, she is brain-rottingly stupid, and always in a way that's badly written.
she is so dumb. And like, there's literally a scene where someone says, hey, I'm going to do this thing. And she says, okay. And then she moves on. And then she's like, all right, you're going to do this other thing, right? And then she's shocked when the thing is done. I hated Robin. Now, I almost gave it to Robin. And the reason why, I want to be honest about this, is because the character I actually gave it to has already won an award for worst. And I didn't want to double up. But then I realized that that's being unfair, because this other character is the worst character of 2023 for me. Naturally, it's Corypheus. Corypheus ruins so much of Dragon Age Inquisition simply by his inclusion. He gets one good scene in Inquisition. He's good in 2. And it's such a waste. It's such a goddamned waste. It's the Borg from Voyager, specifically, right? You take this fantastic, interesting, engaging premise, and he is such an absolutely empty, vacuous nothing. And I've noticed something, if I could rant about this for just a second. Something I've noticed more and more this year specifically is empty characters tend to irritate me more than like actively irritating characters. I think it's because the meta potential waste bothers me more, right? Fyrak from Dragonflight, if you're familiar with it, is another example of this. It's like, you could do something with this. And instead they're just there. And it's worse because they get so much screen time, and they're such a main character, because it's usually villain, and they're nothing. Yeah, exactly. It's just... Ladies and gentlemen, Corypheus. Moving on. So, best character overall. All right. What do we got? So, Lorewalker, best character. A lot of votes this year. This is all characters. So, Risky Boots from Shantae actually got quite a few votes. I'm surprised by that. Malroth, Dragon Quest Builders 2. Hell yeah, my boy. Best character in that game. Sindri from God of War 5. Hell yes, absolutely. Tychus from StarCraft 2. With you completely. Michael from Grand Theft Auto 5. Absolutely. Varric. Oh yeah, Varric is just so good. Raynor from StarCraft 2. Little surprised by that, but I'm with it. And then in the number 3 slot, Trevor from Grand Theft Auto 5. And the number 2 slot, Odin from God of War 5. So who do you think's number 1? Ladies and gentlemen. Best character for you guys, for the Walkers, in 2023 is Morrigan. By a huge margin. I'm a little shocked how much she swept this. Because you had a lot of nominations of a lot of great characters, but Morrigan dominated. Not that I disagree. Morrigan is amazing. Good acting, good animation, good writing, good arc, good romance. Morrigan just hits everything. She is probably my favorite BioWare character, period. And yeah, this is exactly Lord Hammer. This is how you do an eatable party member and make them actually good. No. I think she was bleachable, yeah. Yeah, great presence too, absolutely. Made the franchise. There's a reason she became the face of the franchise, and they brought her back for Inquisition. Just good stuff, top to bottom. Wish she'd put on some clothes. That's unrelated. So, my best character. Now, this is all characters ever. So, this is tough, because this has been a knockout year. Knockout year for characters. We've played a lot of RPGs. I don't even know where to start with this, because we had Malroth. I've already mentioned him several times. He's great, he's arced, he's wonderful, he's fantastic. We've got Lae'zel from Baldur's Gate 3, who was my favorite character in Baldur's Gate 3. Great arc, great presentation. We've got Michael from Grand Theft Auto 5. We've got Abathur from StarCraft 2. We've got Alarak from StarCraft 2. But all of those got knocked out in the first round, which left Trevor from Grand Theft Auto 5, which left Kratos from God of War 5, which left Tychus from StarCraft 2. But honestly, and I really, really debated this one for a very long time. If I had to pick my one single best character for 2023, it's Morrigan. She is just too good. And part of the thing that really sold it for me, part of the thing that pushed her to the top for me, see around Giga Pudding, is Dragon Age Inquisition. She is a fantastic character in Origins, but then she continues to be a fantastic character in Inquisition. She kept being awesome. And she was perfectly... In fact, honestly, I think she got better in Inquisition in several ways. The way she mellowed, the motherly instincts coming in, you know, the way that she reacts to Flemeth, and that just really, really good stuff. Absolutely, hell yes. That, yeah, sold. So, very shocking, very shocking. Next thing, Lorewalkers most coffee. Now, several people asked for clarification. I'm going to repeat the clarification here. This is the most coffee for you, specifically. You, the person doing the vote, not the most coffee for me. If I have to define coffee, I have not done my job correctly. So, most coffee games, a lot of suggestions here. We had Batman Arkham City. We had Bloodstained. We had Shovel Knight. We had Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. We had Dragon Quest Builders 2. We had XCOM 2. Not sure I agree with that. We had Grand Theft Auto 5. Yep, absolutely. I mean, GTA 5 is a bonkers good game, but I understand completely that it's coffee for people. Absolutely, that makes perfect sense. StarCraft 2. Again, perfect logic. All the Mario games, just the Mario block in general, came very, very close to winning. Apparently, a lot of people are not into platformers or Mario games. And again, no judgment. I'm with it. But the one that actually won, about 15, Lilimas, the one that actually won most coffee for the Lorewalkers, and this actually surprised me a little bit, is Crusader Kings 3. Now, I'm with it, because this is a freaking good game. It is probably, I would say, at the moment, the second best Paradox game I've played, only behind Stellaris. And it's good. It's so good. But the interface, the nuance, the politics, yeah, it's a very niche game. Very, very niche game. You don't even have control over your armies or your lands. War is this whole thing. Politics and rules and laws are all kinds of a thing. You have to manage your bloodline, and just there's so much stuff to keep track of, and so much like it's not even, you're not even really playing a nation like most strategy games. You're actually playing an individual, a royal line. And yeah, absolutely. Politics, the game. Oh yeah, Princess Maker. Yeah, that's a good example. Hey, look, it's my wife, aunt, and queen. High Queen Brigwin. But yeah, I get it. I get it completely. Very good game that you don't like. Definition of coffee. Speaking of which, now we have to pick my most coffee. This was actually a tough one for me. So the runner's most coffee game. There were several games that didn't score well, but there weren't a lot of games that scored good that I didn't like this year. Almost every game that I scored well, I enjoyed. But there's one specific game that I scored very well that I just did not enjoy. And I know what you're thinking. And no, it isn't Baldur's Gate 3. It's actually Total War Warhammer 3. This is a damn good game. And I can acknowledge that and express that. I even had fun with it at times, especially when I was playing as this guy right here. Just the Chipper Shredder. And there's some really good gameplay. There's some incredibly good gameplay and good visual design and good... The variety between the heroes and the units and the sides and the controls of the actual combat itself. This is a very good game that I just really didn't like. And again, that's coffee. That's coffee in a nutshell. I actually recommend this game, by the way. It's a freaking good game if you're into it. If you're into this kind of like large-scale battle simulator. But either way, Total Warhammer 3. I'm kind of running through these a little bit quickly. I do apologize because we do have several things left, and I am now currently the only adult in the house. So, most sushi. Sushi's the flip side. So, for Lorewalkers, so I guess I'll go ahead and define it. Most sushi is a game that you like regardless of how good it is. Just like coffee is a game you don't like regardless of how good it is. So, in the spirit of sushi, you have to pick something that's, you know, a game that's arguably not good, but that you you know, that you really just love regardless of it. You picked a lot of games this year. So again, going from top to bottom, we have Spiritfarer. Yeah. Last Guardian. Little surprised. Most people I know think of that game as a good game, but nevertheless, I'm with it. Total War Warhammer 3. Again, most people think of that as a good game. Not sure I'm with that. Ori and the Blind Forest 2, a.k.a. Ori and the Will of the Wisps. So we need to talk about what sushi means, everyone. Dawn of War 1. Now that makes sense, because that is not a game I would consider super good. Not counting Dark Crusade, but I could see it being several people's. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. That's a damn good game. I wouldn't call that sushi, but we're here. Dragon Age Inquisition. Now that's a sushi game. No offense. But that is a game I could see people enjoying despite itself. Subnautica. I'm just going to look at you weird for that one. Grand Theft Auto 5. Okay, come on, guys. In the number 2 pick, only behind by 3 votes, is Yoshi's Island. But at the very top, Lorewalker's most sushi game, and this one is absolutely a sushi game. I'm proud of you for picking a game that fulfills the spirit of what sushi means. Is Dragon Age, whoops. What? Whoops, hang on. Dragon Age 2, actually. Which this is not, you'll notice. Well, I've made 2 mistakes so far. Sure, whatever. It's Dragon Age 2. It's Dragon Age 2. Oh, no, it isn't. Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. Okay, actually, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It is, in fact, sorry. It is Dragon Age Inquisition. I see what happened. Yay! We're not making mistakes. Sorry. So, Dragon Age 2 was the earlier one. Dragon Age Inquisition is your guys' vote for most sushi game of 2023. And just like I was going to say with Dragon Age 2, I'm with you. This is an extremely troubled game, and for so many reasons we've covered multiple times now. This is a game that is flawed, is irritating, is frustrating. Its interface is bad, honestly, because it's being built in an engine that was never designed to do this kind of thing. Its minute-to-minute gameplay can get irritating. It has way too much content that has way too little to do. But at the end of the day, I'm with you. Because there's a lot to like about Inquisition, and there's a lot to enjoy about Inquisition. Definitely qualifies as a sushi game. But now, I have to play my most sushi game. This is tough for me. Because just like coffee, that's true, Melkor Blade, but that kind of defeats the spirit of it. Because, for example, my most sushi game of this year is StarCraft 2. But that doesn't really fulfill the spirit of the definition. I can also mention Diablo 3, Mario Wonder, and GTA 5. But none of those are really good despite it, which is kind of the intent of what sushi means. So for me, I only had one game this year that kind of scored badly, but that I still liked regardless. And that is Shantae. Shantae 3, I believe. The Pirate's Curse. This is a game that I legitimately enjoy despite itself. Because there's a lot that they do right, and there's a lot they do wrong, but there's so much like bounce and flavor and vibe and tone and world building. And God, that last level can go straight to hell. But I love the secrets, I love the kit, I love the sprite work. I love the music. I love the visuals. Like this is a damn good game. Except it kinda isn't, and that's my point. This game didn't score all that well, but I don't care, because I love it anyways. And that's pretty much the definition with the sushi game. So, we're getting up to the big boys now. Stream of the year. So, in other words, the best stream, regardless of the game in question, your favorite stream of the year. Sorry, just getting... I love that song. Lorewalker's best stream of the year. Ace Combat 5 was mentioned. Super Mario Lost Levels was mentioned. Kingsfield 4 came in 4th. Super Mario Wonder came in 3rd. Grand Theft Auto 5, very close, came in 2nd. But the winner For your guys, apparently the stream you guys liked the most this year was StarCraft 2. Of course it was StarCraft 2. No, I don't really know the reasoning. I don't know your guys' reasoning for this one. But a couple of people I did talk to mentioned this one specifically because not only was it just a chill, fun game to play, but I was so much apparently my mood was so much visibly better this year during this game. Just, I was in such a better mood playing. I mean, it's hard for me to remember. This was actually a good year for streaming. We did a lot of great streams this year. Because I tend to remember the streams that pissed me off, like Spiritfarer, or like Baldur's Gate 3, or like XCOM 2. And Brood War, yeah. But StarCraft 2 was just like a balm of sunlight upon my soul. It's such a good game. And it was so much fun. That's the wrong word. It was such a good game to discuss, because I know StarCraft 2 extremely well. And I could discuss unit design, I could discuss interface design, I could discuss like level design and visual design and color design and so many aspects of this game I could dig into. And it was so good. So I'm with you. Absolutely. Which brings me, of course, to the next thing. My favorite stream of the year. We had so many good streams this year. We played Grand Theft Auto 5 this year. We played Diablo 3 this year. We played Mario Wonder this year. We played Yoshi's Island this year. We played StarCraft 2 this year. We played Dragon Quest Builders 2 this year. We played Modern Warfare 2 this year. We played Subnautica this year. But there's one thing that won for me. So, whoops, I forgot to change it. So for me, and we also played Ori 2. There's a lot of good streams this year. But for me, the best stream of the year has to be when I played Mario Kart with my family. This was so much fun, getting my niece and my sister on camera just to have a Mario Kart tournament just for fun. Also, bonus points to the blindfold Mario run. It is cheating, but I'm not wrong. This was great. This was great and fun and awesome. I needed this because if you remember, this is one of the first streams we did right after I came back from being kicked out of my freaking apartment, thanks to the apartment effectively self-destructing. God, that was so bad. Thank you, Cashel. Always appreciate. Look, it's fine. Did I actually show any? Okay, sorry. I was just checking if I had any footage of the Mario thing, which I didn't. Because there's also the blind by Evo. Is that complex still there? You know, truthfully, I don't even know. I'm off the map for that, and I want to keep it that way. So, let's get into the big things. Worst gameplay, best gameplay, worst story, best, worst, best. This is it. This is the big ones. So, your guys' vote for the worst gameplay we've had in 2023. At the very bottom, we have Super Mario Bros. 1. I'll double check in a little. Thank you, Lolamas. I'll check in a bit. I've got some paperwork to do on that. Don't worry. Thank you for your support very much. Super Mario Bros. 1 at the very bottom. The Last Guardian. I don't think I agree with that. Putting that in worst gameplay isn't something that gels with me. Spiritfarer. Yes. Spiritfarer's gameplay sucks. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people love the story of that, but everybody I've ever read or seen who praises that game does not talk about the gameplay in glowing terms. Dragon Age Inquisition. Yeah. Of all the things I like about DAI, gameplay is not on that list. Super Mario Bros. Lost Levels. Again, agreed. It was like they sat down and unlearned all the lessons they learned from level design in Mario 1. But none of these beat, and you know what's about to happen, the worst gameplay for the Walkers in 2023. Behold, combat. This is real footage. This was before we were cheating. This is real footage of combat in this game. And looting. Do you see how long this is? Do you see how slow and sluggy this is? None of you ever actually had to be behind the controller. You have no idea how bad this game controls. I'm sorry. You have no idea how badly this game controls. So worst gameplay for me. Now at this point, I just started using my own scores, right? Now here's the thing. The worst gameplay score I gave this year was to Dragon Age Inquisition. But you'll notice I'm not pulling up a video. Because, again, that feels mean to punch down on Dragon Age Inquisition for the worst gameplay. I stand by it because the way I do the way I do my review is to cover everything. And that's the whole point. And if you count everything, Dragon Age Inquisition frickety sucks in terms of gameplay. Like it's garbage. It's total garbage. But I have to be honest, I think, honestly for me, there's one other game which is even worse in pure gameplay. And that's apparently Dragon Age Inquisition. It's Kingsfield. I was going to say Kingsfield 4. But Inquisition just... Happy holidays, Panka. Like, just... repeatable quests, long, open territories with very little to do in them, terrible backtracking, awful quest design. I couldn't wait to stop playing this game. You should buy Kingsfield Board. It's so good. Okay. Let's get some positivity in here. Best gameplay. All right, so Lorewalkers, best gameplay. A lot of good choices. We had some great gameplay games this year. We had Super Mario 3D World. We had XCOM 2. I'm a little surprised by that being on the list, but whatever. We had Yoshi's Island. We had Diablo 3. We had Ori 2. We had Shovel Knight. We had Subnautica. And we had StarCraft 2. And we had Ace Combat. But your guys' best gameplay for 2023... Try to be shocked. It's freaking Mario Wonder. I don't even have anything to argue against this. This is... It's crazy. It is crazy how good the gameplay of Mario Wonder is. Now, you might say, well, of course it's good. It's a Mario game. It's supposed to have good gameplay. Thank you, King Venomui. Oh, surprise. Yeah, I know. Could you imagine Mario Wonder winning anything? That's just shocking. But no, this is the least surprising thing. Of course, Mario Wonder won the best gameplay. And yeah, StarCraft 2 was a much, much longer game. And the fact that it retained quality is part of why it was such a statistical outlier. Just the co-op mode, the level design, the controls, the fluidity, the kit. Mario Wonder is a joy and a treat. Moving on. My best gameplay. You know the answer to that. You know the answer to this. But I want to give special shout-outs because... there's a lot of games that had really good gameplay this year. Mario Wonder, Mario Galaxy 1, Mario Galaxy 2, despite its controls, Yoshi's Island, Mario 3D World, Grand Theft Auto 5, Shovel Knight, and Diablo 3. Those are just kings. In fact, that's actually in order, not counting Mario Wonder. Diablo 3 is the number 2 slot there. But you know what the best gameplay for me was for 2023. I don't know what else to add to this. Of course it's StarCraft 2. Name a bad mission in StarCraft 2. This is the game that broke the math we were using to track the golden number. This is the game that is better than most games just with its co-op mode. Literally scored better than most games if we just counted co-op mode and nothing else. Gimmicks, unit design, responsiveness, controls, interface, balance, variety, just crazy good. Visually distinct, controls at a glance. Oh, God, so good, so good. But I guess too much. I apologize. Let's talk about the worst story. So, for your guys' votes, we had Spiritfarer. Now, I'm a little surprised by that one. I know I myself did not like the story of Spiritfarer, but I'm surprised it got that many votes. We also had XCOM 2 for worst story, and Chaos Gate Demon Hunters for worst story. I don't actually know why all of those are on that list. Like, I wouldn't say any of those are good, but like, worst story? Really? You have to explain that one to me. Of course, none of those won because the worst story of the year was... What's really funny is this scored twice as many votes as everything else combined. Kingsfield 4 just crushed on this particular... We might as well just have had one thing to vote for. Just absolutely crushed it. Tell me Kingsfield 4's story right now. Go ahead. Oh, wait. Anyways. Moving on. So, my worst story. Now, it's Kingsfield. It's Kingsfield. Of course it's Kingsfield. Of course it's Kingsfield. It's just, there is a lot of story here. We tried very hard. You remember that one side room? I think this encapsulates Kingsfield 4's story axis perfectly. There's this one side room. Do you remember it? There was nothing that indicated it was there or significant, and it was hard to even see the stuff you could read on the wall. But a huge chunk of the narrative was in that room with the little optional side scrolls you could find on the wall. It was actually kind of neat. It was the first time the story had engaged my interest at all. And that's Kingsfield 4's story in a nutshell. All right, let's get some positivity in here. Best story. Now, you know where this is going to go, but we had a lot of good story games this year. We had Dragon Quest Builders 2. We had Ori 2, Will of the Wisps. We had Firewatch. I'm a little surprised that that's on the list, but I'm with it. Grand Theft Auto 5, absolutely. God of War 5, absolutely. Dragon Age Origins, hell yes. But you know exactly what's going to win Best Story for you guys, and that is, of course, Baldur's Gate 3. This is a total no-brainer for me, honestly. I'm not shocked by this at all. I wouldn't pick this myself. In fact, I didn't pick this myself. But I can see it. It makes sense. I'm with you. You know, voice acting, motion capture, dialogue options, characters, side stories. I do think the main plot suffers in Baldur's Gate 3 quite a bit, to be honest with you. But to be honest, I could say that about most games. Most games' MSQ is not that good. I think Baldur's Gate 3 sells itself more on the side quests, which, again, that's pretty normal. So, no shame there. Which means we have to go to my best story games. Now, I actually listed these in order. So, Diablo 3 got a plus 73 to story. Dragon Age Inquisition got a plus 75 to story. Baldur's Gate 3 got a plus 79 to story. Dragon Age Origins got plus 87 to story. Grand Theft Auto 5 got plus 105 to story. By the way, can I just say really quick that it's insane that we had 3 separate games that broke triple digits for story this year. That's bonkers. In the number 2 slot, of course, we have StarCraft 2. Plus 125 to story. But all of those are beaten by our new and our current record holder for highest story score, which is God of War 5. This is one of the best gaming stories I have ever seen. it might not be surpassed on the story axis. I'm not sure. Like, I'm not counting MMOs, which that's a whole other animal. This might reign as king of story for a long time. The camera usage, the lighting usage, the visuals, the doodads, the characters, the voice acting, the motion capture, the writing of presentation, the arc, the pacing. There are a few hiccups. But there's only a few. But holy crap. This story was crazy good. To a level it's hard to even properly explain. Massive props to that one. So, 4 categories left. Worst game of the year for the Walkers. We've got Diablo 1 with 4 votes. Yeah. I was going to say, let's be honest with ourselves. What's the second place? Because you know what actually won. But what's second place? Now let's have a word for our sponsor. Wiley Wallaby Licorice. This is a gift from my mother. No, for real. What do you think the second place is? For real. It's not Diablo 1. That only got 4 votes. It's not Spiritfarer. That only got 4 votes. Thomas Was Alone was listed on this one. I'm a little surprised by that one. That got 9 votes. Chaos Gate Demon Hunters is in the number 3 slot. That got 18 votes. So the number 2 worst game for the 2023 for the Lorewalkers is Super Mario Bros. Lost Levels. I'm a little surprised by that. Only a little. Because that game sucks, and you should never play it. Oh, and the actual winner is, of course, Kingsfield 4. By forever. By all of the votes. Because, of course, it won. Because, of course, this got worst game of the year. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't this get the worst game of the year? Honestly, why did we even put other games on the list? Just look at those quality textures. Yes, this is the game we came back from. So now we have to go with my worst game of the year. Now, of course, I listed these in order, as I am wont to do. So I also updated the scores to accommodate the new math. So we have Spiritfarer as number 4 with negative 14. Chaos Gate Demon Hunter in number 3 with negative 50. Shantae 1, that's the Game Boy one, at number 2 at negative 70. And as the worst game of the year for me, Try to Be Shocked at negative 230. This is half music that's actually from the game, by the way. By the way, this is real combat in the game, too. It works weirdly well. Game of the year. Game of the year. You know what won, but let's look what else won, because there's a lot of categories for Game of the Year. So, the bottom, Shovel Knight, with looks like 8 votes. Diablo 3. I can't read all these numbers. Wait, can I mouse over them? No, I can't. Whatever. Shovel Knight. Diablo 3. Crusader Kings 3. Surprisingly high up. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Dragon Quest Builders 2. Grand Theft Auto 5. Which means the number 2 slot is not StarCraft 2, which got the number 3 slot. The number 2 slot is Super Mario Wonder. Now, what's interesting about this is this didn't sweep as much as I thought it was, but as much as I thought it would. But your guys' pick for Game of the Year. What else need be said? The second coming of Christ, as I have rather mockingly said several times. To be very clear, what I'm irritated by is how much people overpraise this game. But it's worth noting, it's still a damned good game. I'm still with it, and I still don't blame anybody for picking this for Game of the Year. Frankly, it kind of deserves it. I also think there was at least some bias from people who were picking it as a game because it actually came out this year. So, you know, kind of double dips there on Game of the Year. Regardless, this has been a hell of a year. One hell of a year for gaming. And this is a damn good game, which leaves only one left. My pick. So I picked my top 4 in order for best game of the year. In the number 4 slot, Grand Theft Auto 5, with a score of 593. Grand Theft Auto 5 is a game that I never got bored of, that I never disliked the gameplay of, not once. And I enjoyed doing all the side content and just getting around, moving around was fantastic. Playing was fantastic. It's such a treat. The story isn't perfect. There are several issues with it. Not notably the fact that it starts to fall apart right towards the end there. And 2 of the endings actively suck. And, well, there's a couple of other issues here and there. But, goddamn, that game is good. In the number 3 slot, Diablo 3. A score of 684. What can I say about D3? It is a game that has had about a decade of patches, updates, and quality of life content changes, which make it even better than it already was. Just crushing it. Love the story, love the presentation, love the visuals, love the interface, love the combat, love the classes, love the bosses, love the rifts, love the post-game content. I absolutely sing praises of D3. In the number 2 slot, Mario Wonder. 710. Mario Wonder is a game I have 100%ed, and I don't regret that at all. I did almost all of that on camera, with some of the best level design I've ever seen in a platformer or a Mario game in general, and just holy crap levels of inventiveness and controls and gimmicks and playability, and just one of the best Mario games ever. In fact, the only reason I can't say definitively it's the best Mario game ever is because we haven't reviewed Odyssey yet. Try to be shocked, but my game of the year, and indeed possibly of all time, StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 is something special. It's hard to properly encapsulate how good of a game this is. It's so hard that it literally broke the math we were using to calculate the golden number. Because it was so good, it actually went outside the bounds we were using in order to define negatives and positives. It's so good. Every aspect of this gameplay, is just phenomenal. And most of the story works for me too, honestly. I know we all crap on the main story quest, and for good reason. And there's some really weird, dumb cutscenes, and they had that tendency to lean on the Hollywood thing. And the epilogue is whatever. But most of the story of StarCraft 2, percentage-wise, is still fantastic. Donnie Vermillion and his little news tidbits, or talking to Tychus in between missions, or going and discussing the nature of the Zerg with Abathur, or each level which has incredible doodad and visual design, or going through Legacy of the Void and learning more about the culture of the different Protoss and how they interact with each other and trying to move forward into a new era and trying to let go of the themes of the past, and just so much good. Good animation, good voice acting, just good. It just crushes it. It crushes it so hard, and I hate to repeat myself, but it really is not a joke. We literally had to come up with new math in order to calculate the golden number for StarCraft 2. Because it's that much of a statistical outlier. So you don't see a game that is long and retains quality throughout. Almost every game that's long is like, yeah. And Star Trek Crew is just like, yeah, the whole way through. The density of this game is crazy. The ratio of this game is crazy. I love this game. I love this game to death. And yeah, it was like a 60-some-odd hour game. Never got bored of playing it. Not once. Yeah, StarCraft 2 scored so high, I don't think it'll ever be surpassed. Not except by an MMO. MMOs are different. I really think we might have actually covered the best game that is going to score under my system. Ever. Like, I would love to say Chrono Trigger or Final Fantasy VI have a shot at it, but they don't. They just don't have the density. They don't have the duration to really to level, to hit this level of quality. Yeah, there are future games that might have a shot, but I can't think of any game prior to this one that I think is even in punching range of StarCraft 2. And it's hard for me to put this into mentality because this year has really sucked from a real-life perspective. And it's still sucking, actually, if I'm being completely honest. There's still some mess going on. But at least I got to play a lot of really good games this year with you guys. And I need to force myself to remember that because otherwise the negativity just overwhelms me. So I want to just end this by saying thank you for sharing in this year, for continuing to support me, for making it so I could keep, having food and having a place to stay. And I don't know, just for being here. Just for being part of the journey. This has been a wild year. Now, there is no second stream planned today, to be very clear. I am going to go ahead and pause. I actually got to go take care of the kids, who at the moment are watching Frozen. And I probably should eat something. Tomorrow, at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, there will be a stream setting up the Final Fantasy II rewrite. So check me out here. And then 11 a.m. Tomorrow morning, Eastern Standard Time, there will be the Final Fantasy II rewrite. Please go watch it, please. It was a lot of work and effort. For those of you who are only interested in regular streaming, that will be restarting Sunday. We'll be restreaming a bonus surprise game, and then another bonus surprise game. And then we will go ahead and get started to getting back into the queue with Untitled Goose Game. See you around, guys.